Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. Hello, Matt Josh.
Are you a South Park guy?
Hello.
Yes.
Like a very big South Park guy?
I wouldn't say very big.
Okay.
He's familiar with the character.
You just strike me as somebody who would just be.
It is pretty funny.
It's so funny.
It's a funny show.
I talk about like YouTube clips, and Spark noting things. I've watched full episodes of South Park.
It's almost an impossible show to Spark Notes. It's so short.
Well, what I'm saying is that I'll get down a rabbit hole of YouTube shorts where it's just always South Park, where it's just South Park clip after South Park clip after South Park clip, and I have zero complaints. I love it. It's
very funny.
When I get into my food algorithm, where it's just a bunch of food stuff, and when I get into my South Park algorithm, I'm totally okay.
I probably haven't seen any in like 2 years. I don't even know what they're doing right now.
I watched some of their specials that came out during the COVID run.
Yes.
Of stuff.
Like if something is happening in the world, that's when I want to watch South Park. Much like SNL.
Yeah.
It's like I want to see how they make fun of these things, which is great.
SNL had a pretty good year. SNL was pretty good. The rookies were good.
I did find myself finding a lot of clips of it this year where I hadn't in years past. I don't know if their social game's getting better or if
they had a couple of their rookies looked pretty good. And I think I'm not saying that I am
trained for one.
I don't know any of their names, but I know
Colhane and Patterson are the two that I know very well. Mr. On Blast. Have you seen that?
I know both of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Cam is just so funny.
Yeah, he's funny, but he wasn't in anything.
They
didn't put him in it. Like if you don't get put in anything right away, you're probably toast. Like he's gonna get kicked off.
I think that his problem is that he's not a great writer. I don't think Cam knows how to really write.
Yeah, he just says
sketch.
His whole comedy bit was saying the F word a bunch.
Yeah, but like no, but
which doesn't really work on SNL.
His joke when he goes,
guys are writers.
His joke exactly. So but I think that like you definitely do get a benefit.
What I think Connor is
write.
saying, if the writing staff can't figure out how to utilize him, then he's not. If he's a one-trick pony, you don't have a.
Here's my thing with
Cam.
No,
get him out.
Stop it.
He'll be like Pete Davidson, where
he's
on Weekend Update a bunch because he's funny.
Hang around.
Yeah,
he's a comedian.
Is Pete Davidson actually funny?
Yes, he is actually.
No,
I don't know.
What are you guys talking about?
Young people think he's hilarious. I don't
he's
get
so
it.
funny. King of Staten Island.
I don't understand.
I have
any of
seen
his
that
appeal.
movie.
I thought
He's
that was
not
super
funny.
funny. I find him funny. He makes me laugh. I don't know
What about him is funny?
I think the awkwardness of it. I think he's like a kind of an awkward
See,
guy.
the young people like the awkward.
Like he's a
uncomfortable
very
stuff.
good.
I
Awkward,
like people that can
uncomfortable
deliver lines. I like people that can have a monologue.
The
I
thing-
like people that have a point. He has none of those.
Pete had a really good
He's
stand-up.
like, I'm here on Pete Davidson, and everyone laughs.
I think
that is true.
That is true.
That's what happens.
That is true.
Hi, my name's
That
Pete
is true.
Davidson. I have sex with a lot of very attractive women.
So
Impossible.
I'll tell you right now.
Taco Bell commercial.
He's earned a lot of.
Pete Davidson.
He's earned a lot of respect from my generation. The fact that like you can look that ugly and date all these beautiful women,
Exactly.
you're like,
Yeah, but
How
that's
do
not
you-
part of it for
Nobody
me.
cares.
Yeah.
but my generation does. We're like,
Because you're not smart enough to realize that lots of people can date beautiful women by just having money or notoriety.
Yeah.
None of them are that ugly.
I'm learning
Many
that.
untalented people have learned to find their way into a beautiful partner.
Unfortunately, I don't have notoriety or money, so I just kind of ignore that
Guess what? It can happen.
to anybody.
It can
to
happen to
literally
anybody.
anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody
I think
can be
if
famous
I
now.
think if you
No, no,
leaned
no,
into
it can
talking
hap-
with
you-
your accent more, not your Chicago accent, but when you talk about, Latin American food and you really go hard into
mofongo.
it, or
Guys.
when you won't just say mariachi like a Midwestern.
Mariachi.
If you leaned into that more, you might be more mysterious.
Nah, he's got to do
I
less.
came.
Well, for us, sure.
Hey, you can
I'm
have a
talking about
hot
for women.
girlfriend without doing all that stuff.
I
You're
can-
doing too much.
It's right now. It's plus 210. Me having a hot girlfriend. I mean,
That's pretty good. I'd like those chances.
I'll take that any day though. I mean, just me having a girlfriend by the end of the year at this point has got to be.
Oh, I'm
plus
not putting a
500.
time constraint on it.
So it's harder odds to have any girlfriend.
No, I'm
than one
I'm
that-
saying the time restraint. It's plus 500. Me having a hot girlfriend by the end of this year is plus 2,000.
I thought you just said
I
plus
just think by the
2,000.
end of life.
Yeah, me having a girlfriend by the end of life, I
No,
got
hot girlfriend.
Yeah, plus 210. I'll give myself plus 210. Objectively hot, yes.
That's
Plus
pretty.
10.
Yeah, I think
You're
you got a
gonna
shot.
assign a panel of people to determine the hotness on this?
Yes, yeah, and I think
Or
the
is it gonna be
longer
like a women
hot or
throughout
not,
history thing?
Do they have any important contributions to pop culture?
that's all that matters, really.
This sounds like the start of a new rom-com. Guys out on a mission to get hot, quote unquote, hot girlfriend, gets a girlfriend, texts his friends in his Snapchat group and says, is she hot or not? And then she finds out about it. She gets really angry. He tries to win her back. He can't do it.
We should actually pitch this to someone because that's not a terrible
Okay,
idea.
adding this week in women's history, though, what if we added the element of like he doesn't know she's famous, and then she ends up
throw
being
it right in there.
She ends up being famous, but for like the wrong reason as well, like not a great reason.
She
to
tweeted
tweet.
like-
something vaguely racist and got canceled by
Yes,
She's Casey Anthony.
Yeah.
I just saw her at a bar and thought she was hot.
I don't know that that's going to be the sort of crossover appeal that you need.
Happy
New Year!
Casey Anthony. See, here's the thing. You just went from like kind of like, oh, that makes sense rom-com. Like, that's a funny modern topic rom-com.
So I got a girlfriend. So she's Casey
yeah,
Anthony.
That sounds like Seth Rogen. That sounds like a Seth
That
Rogen
seems
movie.
like an amazing Seinfeld episode.
It does.
That just sounds like an episode of Curb. She murdered people, Jerry. She murdered people.
Like George ends up with this like true crime famous girlfriend that no one knows whether she did it or not. But he's attracted to the fact that he doesn't know.
I mean, that basically
She was
happened.
found not guilty, guys.
She was not guilty. She was not guilty.
Jury of her peers.
I mean, he becomes like the leader of the group.
I see,
I
see Jerry
standing outside the courthouse holding up signs. This would have been an amazing episode.
I can see Jerry dropping the line, if the glove doesn't fit.
He must have quit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
What
so
is Casey Anthony doing these days?
dude,
Oh, that's
she's
a
on
great
TikTok
question.
or something.
She's on
course.
OnlyFans?
So that
Probably.
was such a random poll, but now it makes sense. She's on
I,
TikTok.
I saw something
I'm less
about her recently.
enthusiastic about
I saw something about her recently. I don't know what she's up to really, but she came into my
Casey Anthony
purview.
spotted in Florida following New Hampshire romance buzz.
There you go.
This was posted 18 hours ago by TMZ.
I'm up on the news.
Casey Anthony is back on familiar turf because TMZ has learned she has spotted bargain hunting in Central Florida after spending much of the last year in New Hampshire. TMZ has obtained videos and pictures of Casey hitting up a TJ Maxx in Lake Mary around 12:50 Sunday
What a
alongside two women. A witness tells us Casey and the women were laughing and browsing fitness clothes together at one point. At one point, Casey was overheard talking about the face cream she uses.
Why is this reported on any website anywhere?
Could I read from the National Enquirer?
Yes, go ahead.
Casey Anthony spotted laughing with friends back home in Florida amid romance with former cop. And I'm just going to read the first sentence of the article.
Okay.
Casey Anthony, 40, was spotted shopping at TJ Maxx. Was spotted shopping at TJ Maxx in Lake Mary, Florida, months after being seen in New Hampshire.
That's a sentence.
They followed her to a TJ
That's
Maxx.
what he just
What
said.
in the world?
They should have followed me when I went to Marshall's to get a belt in
There you
Mason,
go.
Ohio.
Have her going to Marshalls in suburban Cincinnati.
That is basically what this
Nebraska
is.
man
I
goes
looked-
to
I
Marshalls
looked
after
for, like,
getting belts.
5 to 8
Connor.
minutes for the belts. I couldn't find the belts. That store is a
Did
disaster.
you talk
Connor.
about face cream with anyone?
There was so much cream everywhere. There was
Clip that.
there was
Clip
so many
Clip
different
that.
things.
Because a child probably
That
undid the
wasn't
lid
Happy
to the
New Year's
sample
already.
and
Everything.
spread it
Clip
everywhere.
it now.
Everything is everywhere. There's nothing makes sense in that store.
there's no order.
Wait. Sebastian Maniscalco has the greatest like comedy line about Marshalls, where he goes, he's like, "What do people do there?" They go, "Oh, these jeans aren't my size," and then they hurl it across the store. It
Seriously.
happens. There are clothes everywhere at a
Everywhere.
Marshalls.
That's what a
It is-
TJ Maxx basically is.
It's the
too.
same store to
Yeah.
me.
I don't.
Yeah.
So I will go and buy clothes, and people will be like, "Oh, did you wash it before you wore it?" And I'm like, "Never. I know. I buy clothes and I just wear them right away." Marshalls is the one store where I buy something at Marshalls, and I go, "No, I gotta wash. I gotta
at Marshall.
a lot. There's a Marshall Fields.
very cheap.
It's Marshall Fields is a Chicago staple. My mom, we had
I don't think I've ever bought anything from Marshall.
Marshalls is great.
I think
Marshalls
the only
is great.
thing I've ever bought from TJ Maxx is a suitcase.
The worst thing about
Twice.
shopping
Twice
at
I bought
Marshalls.
suitcases from TJ Maxx.
Why?
Once I
They're
needed
pretty
a
cheap.
suitcase, and then the second time we were coming back from our honeymoon, and we had bought too much crap to fit in our actual suitcase. So we just went and bought like an extra.
I think TJ
Cole's
Maxx should double down and make Casey Anthony the face of their store.
Interesting.
I mean, I haven't thought of TJ Maxx in years until this woman, Casey Anthony, is now walking around.
Kohl's is like
TJ
a more
Maxx.
dignified version of both of those stores, but kind of the same idea. There's still stuff strewn about.
It's not nearly as much. So that's
TJ
why
Maxx
you're-
though is way more concise than Marshalls. But I like that Marshalls is a mess.
I
you know?
really couldn't tell you the difference. I mean, they're the same in my brain.
I think
Like, I mean, I know like the look, like one's red and one's blue,
Well-
but like I don't know. Like when I went
I
in
know
there,
that the words are inherently
Actually-
different.
they are.
okay, here's a question. If I blind placed you inside of a store
Oh yeah.
Like
I
a
could-
blind taste test, but for walking around.
Yes,
in the
This
store.
is great.
and I
This
did
is
this out
awesome.
of like 20, how many of 20 would you get right?
Big box stores should be a tier power ranking with tiers this summer.
Yeah.
At some point in
I
time.
could
Good one.
I could get
6.
10. I could get 10.
Like there's going to be a mix of grocery stores.
There is
and,
easy. I could
Grocery
totally,
stores, I think, would be the hardest.
you
and
could,
all you get is like one 360 spin,
Yeah.
and you have
Grocery
to
stores would
identify
be
what store
really
you're in.
hard.
you could put me now. Are these like the grocery
all the
stores
signage
you're
is
used to
being removed,
being?
right?
Like
Yeah,
you're-
yeah, the signage isn't there, but
Yeah.
like the theme maybe
Sure.
is still there. Like you get like you kind of know when you're going to target.
yes,
right?
I was going to say
You know?
I can get a Target. I could get a Walmart. I could tell you the difference between Lowe's and Home Depot. I could totally. You can put me in a Lowe's or a
Well,
Home
the
Depot.
color
I could tell you
scheme
which
would
one
be-
is which.
Yeah, dead giveaway there.
You know, I could.
Yeah, so I don't know
tell
whether
you-
to leave that or
you-
take that out.
You could
Yeah.
put me in any section of my homegrown Jewel Osco,
That's why I'm
and
saying
I could
grocery
tell you
stores
I'm
would be
there.
harder because if you put you in a Baker's versus a Hy-Vee versus like there's some differences. Super Saver's the one where it's like, oh, their floor looks like that. That's 100% a Super Saver.
But there's a lot of versions of Super Saver,
Yeah.
like across the country.
Right.
So you
Like,
would.
I don't know what a
there's-
Kroger's would look like.
A
No.
Kroger is Baker's.
Mhm.
Baker's is Kroger's.
There's no way I could tell you the difference between a Kroger and a Hy-Vee. You put me, I could. There's no shot.
I don't think
I'd
I
be
could
like, this
either,
place
but
is
it's also
Hy-Vee's
because I've
kind
never
of
been
distinct.
in Baker's.
Hy-Vee's kind of distinct.
The lighting in Hy-Vee is
Yeah.
a little bit different. I feel like
Were
it's a
you
lot
looking for
brighter in
Smiles?
Hy-Vee.
Is that what's throwing it off?
Exactly.
They're in every aisle. They
I
say.
do think the aisles though in Baker's are a little bit more cramped than the one at Hy-Vee. I
Hy-Vee
think the
That's true.
aisles in
Wide
Baker's
aisles.
are small.
Who's got white aisles?
Hy-Vee usually does.
Hy-Vee's got wide aisles.
Wide aisles.
Wide aisles.
Very wide aisles. But Baker's has the better liquor selection for sure.
That's true.
The much better liquor selection. A lot more wine to
really?
pick from.
Did
a
you go?
lot
Do you
more
go to
whiskey
Hy-Vee?
I go to
Go to
both.
the liquor part of
Hy-Vee
Hy-Vee.
liquor?
The Hy-Vee liquor part is okay. It's not bad. It's not a bad
I
liquor
think it
part at
depends
all.
on which Hy-Vee you're going.
It's not a Benny's.
Well,
It's true.
Benny's is Benny's. I mean,
So what
come
if
on,
I did it?
guys.
So here's the other thing I was thinking. Speaking of Chicago, what if I did it? If I blind placed you in an airport,
Oh,
would you? Would you?
I thought you were going to say pizza joints.
Would I be able to? Would you be able to tell me where in America you were?
1,000,000%.
I mean, O'Hare is really easy because it's got all those
It's
flags.
disgusting. No.
and
It's
you
disgusting.
immediately feel a sense of
Dread.
dread and panic, and there's just this. I tell you what, we got off the plane, and it was this way at Midway on whatever day it was last week, Tuesday, a week ago. We got off the plane at Midway, and it was just like, whoosh.
Yeah.
It was walking into
is-
the 132nd and Dodge Costco, like just an immediate wave of
Yeah.
panic
Yeah.
that comes over you, and you're out into that airport.
Part of it is your gate for Midway is always like the furthest away
Yeah.
place when you come from Omaha.
Yeah.
You come in and it's in that small little condensed circle where there's nowhere to sit. There's pack lines. There's been delayed flights. So everything's just backed
The
up.
noise is just
People
unforgettable.
seem like they're just inches away from a riot occurring every freaking time I fly into that dumb city.
And that's at both
Every
airports.
time.
That's at both airports.
I never have to connect, so I don't have any of these problems.
Yeah, but you're around the nonsense. You're around the riffraff.
Nah, I just keep my head down. I walk to the Uber area and I get out of there immediately.
What about
Yeah,
when
I
you
mean,
get
like,
there?
when I go to Chicago and
go
you
to
fly in,
Frontera.
you still get it.
I go to Frontera, sit down. I don't care about any of you
You're
people.
just
Matt-
so busy eating soup.
Matt was-
Exactly.
Matt was texting me and telling me to eat soup.
It's a top 5 soup. All right, the roasted poblano corn chowder is incredible at Frontera.
I went inside Brooks Brothers just to take a breath.
They're pretty nice. It does smell. In
There was nobody in there, and I was like,
Smells.
"This is awesome."
It just smells. in
No,
there.
I'm not talking about the smell of it. I'm talking
It's
about
a good. It's a good
the
smell.
feeling. It's like a break from the
riffraff,
the panic
from the Casey
the
Anthony,
sheer panic.
You've done LaGuardia a couple times.
Yeah, well, LaGuardia's now is nice.
Super nice.
It's great
the
now.
First time
My
I
mom
went to
told me
It
LaGuardia,
used to be
it used to be the
awful.
marshals
But
of
then-
airports.
Yes.
like when they redid it, super.
Yeah, LaGuardia is awesome now. It's calm. It's nice. It's very pleasant in there. It
Yeah,
used to be the worst ever.
Every time I'm like pulling into, we land in O'Hare, there's an immediate like, all right, a lot of people on this plane have a connection. Okay. And people start looking at their phones.
Oh my
typing
God.
on their phones.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to find out.
Guy in
like-
the last row
like
jumping
where-
up, ready to
right.
ride off the
And-
plane.
and it
Oh my
and,
God.
and it's like you can feel the panic on the plane, right? And then what they don't know, what I know is we're about to taxi for half an hour.
That's right.
All right.
Especially at O'Hare.
We are about to taxi. So like there are people who like they land, they're like, oh, I got 42 minutes until I'm good. I'm chilling. We're landed. They don't know. And then as you keep moving and you're stopping, the panic just rises in the plane. And it just keeps reaching another level until the point where the flight attendant's like, all right, everybody, people who have a connection, please raise your hand.
Yes.
And the
Why do
entire
they say
flight
that?
raises their
Okay,
hand.
so I can't figure out for the life of me why they would say this. Same thing happened, right?
Yeah.
We're going into Midway on the way out, and the lady comes over the thing and she's like, hey, look, this is a situation where probably like 80% of you have connecting flights, and I know that we're in late and it's going to be tight for a lot of people, so we would just ask that, if you have a connecting flight, you can go first. If you don't have a connecting
It
flight,
solves nothing.
and I'm like, no, disaster. What a mistake.
It solves
Why
nothing.
would you say
It
that?
creates complete panic
Just
on
treat
the
it
plane.
the same every way.
It's like saying, like, hey, we have a little bit of a fire. Just like we have a little fire. It's fine, but we have a little fire. Everyone's gonna freak out when
Yeah.
you say you have a little fire.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's almost like if they were on the Titanic and they go, 20% of you have life rafts. 20% of you are gonna be fine.
That's
You're
what
gonna
they
be
did.
okay. You're exactly where you needed to be. 80% of you need to figure it out right now. So we're gonna have you just come and race for them.
bad times.
No, it's bad. It's terrible. But it's one of those things where I'm very blessed, where it's like I land in O'Hare and I'm like, I'm fine. I'm okay. I know I'm exactly where I need to be.
Going back to the initial scenario, how much walking in the airport are you allowed before you'd have to give your guess?
360 turn.
Before I have to what?
You said if you drop people in an airport. Like, can you jump terminals? Are you stuck into only one area?
Great
Are
question.
you allowed to wander the food court to look for local cuisine?
I would say you're allowed an additional terminal based on where you're at. You get
feel
one
How about
more
you
terminal.
how about you go into, like, you were dropped into a very common recognizable area.
Okay.
Like that's not one size fits all
Sure.
for every airport.
We'll
But
put you right in the middle where you get on the train at the Denver airport.
I feel like
Where
I
you're
have
just-
reached the
where you're
point
packed
you
like
can see
sardines.
you feel like you're inside of a tent because of the ceilings.
It is you go down that elevator in the Denver airport and it's like you get claustrophobic. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I just don't think there's like that many new airports left for me to experience. Like, I feel like I've largely going to the same airports all the time.
Phoenix, Denver.
Or I've been there many times.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of, like, recently I flew into Burbank, and that was a different experience because you're getting off the plane outside. It's more like a bus station airport. So that one was kind of different. Houston I've been to before in a connection. So that wasn't all that different. Like, it's just, I don't know how many different airports I'm going to hit at this point.
Okay.
I
feel
haven't
like
been
I'm
to that
locked
many.
into the same airports over and over.
O'Hare, Phoenix, Denver,
Sky
Kansas
Harbor's really
City.
nice. I know
That's
you're a
Those are
big
the
fan
only airports you've been to?
Orlando.
We have comment from my child.
Hello, Josh's child.
This is courtesy my wife in the YouTube chat.
My
Right.
wife.
7-year-old wanted to add to the chat and say,
Who's Casey Anthony?
do your research, kid, and say he would shout bruh when everyone starts panicking.
That's what I would say
Bruh,
too.
bruh
I was
is
saying
move.
bruh all day.
Dude, bruh
Bruh.
is an awesome thing to text somebody. Like bruh just kind of really sets the
Never
scene.
done it.
It really just you just go bruh.
Bruh.
Like it is
Come
the
on, bruh.
sometimes like it's a great
You
key
hit your
appeal.
roommate Dan with a bruh.
I've hit a lot of people with a Grant Hansen gets a bruh for me all the time. Just always hitting the voice.
Do you
of
get
Supernovas with
brud?
a bruh? I never get brud.
Really?
Because I don't do bruh things.
Well, you don't.
You got to do bruh things to get bruh.
I need to know what a bruh.
I'll
Like,
tell you what's a bruh
I've
thing.
seen you do many things and
Yeah.
talk about many
I got a
things.
bruh for you right now, bruh. Check out over your right shoulder, bruh.
Oh, no.
That Uncrustable has reportedly been sitting there for a week.
Not a
And
week.
Mike Schaefer asked me this morning, he says, did you leave this Uncrustable? I go, do you think I would leave an
That is
Uncrustable?
not how the exchange
Bruh.
happened.
Do you think I would leave an Uncrustable, bruh? And I said, no. Guess whose Uncrustable that is?
Bruh.
It's bruh's. You are the bruh of us.
Definitely the bruh.
I leave my keys in the back of your car, bro.
As absolute bruh.
Bro.
There's never been a more bruh.
Matt throws away his keys and it forces Joey
That
to look
has
for
been
him.
there
Bro.
since- That has been there since
By the way,
Thursday.
I threw away my keys again and I had to pick them out of a
Dear
trash.
God.
It
I
was
don't
tough.
do bruh things.
Not to my
He's
friends.
thrown his keys in the trash twice in a
Twice.
year.
Yeah.
What?
I threw away my keys at a Blue Jay overtime, and then I had Joey look for him, and then we found him. I bought him Wendy's. It was okay. What? Nothing says
how it works.
nothing says
I
I'm
don't know if
sorry
the
like a
worst part
Dave
is he
single.
threw him away, or that you weren't the one that was looking for them.
I was just like, Joey, give him my keys. He's like, all right, we'll figure it out.
Bruh.
Yeah. And then not amongst my peers though. Well,
That's so odd. I don't know how
First
the
of all, you
dynamic
don't
can be
throw
so
anything
different.
away. Famously,
I
it just
don't.
sits around.
It does. But that when
Your
I do
little protein
when I
pack,
do-
there's like an 80% chance that protein pack
No, I'm
doesn't
gonna
make
eat
it to the
this.
trash.
I'm gonna eat this. I have a hankering to eat this. I want ham today. Like I woke up being like, I
That
wanna eat some ham.
Uncrushable has been there since Thursday.
I'll probably eat that today.
I don't know how the dynamic can
Do
be
not
so
eat that.
drastically different between you and us and you and your friends. That feels
Because they just annoy me. You guys are put together. You don't really annoy me. You just kind of make fun of me. They just don't
We're in
know.
our 30s.
Yeah.
And
So-
his
so-
friends are also living the life that he is.
so
exactly.
you have claimed before that you are like the
the organizer.
You are like the put together guy.
I organize everything.
I just fail to see how that's possible.
I'm telling you right now, I'm very good at it. I'm very good at telling people we are going to be here at this place at this time. Please plan accordingly. Okay.
But then you're like 45 minutes late because you put your keys in a room that you didn't even realize.
But they're
you wanted
later.
to.
But they're later.
It's so
But
odd.
they are later. But they are
I
later.
couldn't live in that level. Of
Yeah, where do you
chaos.
find these people?
This is why I have a great balance between the life that I live and the people that I work with. Because I like hanging out with you guys because you guys actually are like, we're gonna be here at this time at this point, and I could show up 15 minutes late and it's fine.
You have to tell Connor 15 minutes like later than you want him to arrive because he'll be there that early.
Exactly.
It's
Josh
like,
is the
stop
same
getting
way.
there that early.
Well,
Connor.
Peterson is different because Peterson shows up exactly on the dot.
Oh, yeah.
Like
He's
Jo-
a freak.
Josh will tell you, I will be there at 1, and he will be there at 1.
But he'll like start thinking about the steps that he'll take for him to be there at 1.
yes,
I will just sit there and wait until 12:45. You know,
and then
and
go.
be thinking about it the entire time. He'll be like, "Oh, I could do this, this, and this, and this will take like 1 minute and 45 seconds, and this will take like 4 minutes and 8 seconds, or
Yeah.
something like that." Like he is like that.
All of those analytics just to make bad takes. It's absolutely incredible. Sorry, I just had to. I know I'm kidding. I just had to take the shots at Josh sometimes.
I get it.
Because
Throw
then
that Uncrustable away, bro.
I might eat it.
No, you will
Oh,
not.
no.
Do
You're-
not
what do
eat
you
the
mean?
Uncrustable.
That's
You
going to
don't
be
do-
hard as a rock.
Do you have to refrigerate Uncrustables?
Yes.
They're
They're,
frozen.
they're coming later
You
this year. They're
thought
coming
that.
out with ones that are a little more
This is May
shelf stable.
27th. I could totally eat this.
I don't want you to do that.
It'd be a little stale. I can feel
I
it.
would
I
make
can
sure
feel
you
the
have a
crap.
backup plan for your show.
It feels a little starchy.
So Josh isn't having to do it while you're at home with a tummy ache.
Tummy ache.
Ouchie, my tum tum.
I got
Maybe-
fined for saying tummy one time. Don't say tummy. This is Matt show fines.
Yeah. I see that.
How are our predictions looking up there?
You and I have hit on several.
I mean, I've been killing it. Other than the 14 seed will beat a 3 seed in the NCAA tournament. That was a
Yeah,
bad
you
one.
lost on that one.
We gotta. Is there any way that we could clean this board at any point?
I've
No,
talked
it-
about this. They
we-
need a special cleaning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
it's
need a
actually
wa-
impossible. We need
yeah.
alcohol.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, I got plenty of that.
we need hard stuff.
Really? Kettle one.
I like the idea of you pouring tequila on a
Yeah.
rag and just
Yeah, guy. Don't worry, guys. I got the anejo. We're gonna be good. Josh about the reposado.
Guys, I found my bottle of Barton's vodka.
No. Barton's won't work
My
on this.
buyer charged
We're
me
gonna need Code to go.
$14 for it.
I have a couple up there right now that are just TBD. So here's a couple examples. I will never lose my wallet ever.
Yep.
TBD. There will never be a zombie apocalypse in my lifetime.
We've
TBD.
gotten close.
And
No,
Snoop Dogg world will exist in the next 5 years.
That one, there's at least a timeline on
I
it.
have 4.5 years left on
Are
it.
they making Nate Bargatze land? Did you see that, or is that an AI slop joke?
I don't know. I haven't seen this.
There's a Nate. I think there's a Nate Bargatze land that's going to be created.
That feels fake.
Nate Bargatze.
There'd be a Snoop Dogg world before Nate Bargatze land.
I don't know, man. Nate
I don't think
Bargatze
he's
moves.
that big of a deal.
Nate Bargatze land. Let's see what
Nate. Whoa.
Yeah.
Nate Land. Being developed by Nate Benghazi or whatever his name is. A planned 350 million, 100-acre family-friendly amusement park in Nashville.
No
This is fake.
way.
No, this was announced.
Who's
in
it? What's your
2025.
source on this?
NateLand.com. It might be promotion for the movie.
It's-
Yeah,
this is-
that's definitely a bit.
This is
Comedian Nate Bargatze wants to build a 100-acre theme park in Tennessee named after himself.
That's a
is
bit.
This is from People Magazine. The
Definitely a
massively
plant.
popular Nashville-born comedian 47 is venturing into new territory through his company, Nate Land Entertainment.
That's a bit.
He is partnering with California-based design firm Storyland Studios to bring his vision of Nate Land, a 100-acre, $350 million theme park, to his hometown. The breadwinner star pictures the destination as the culmination of his career, according to a Wall Street Journal profile.
Is there any
published on
sort
May
of
15th.
timelines on this? Or?
I'm the Mickey Mouse, he tells the
Okay.
outlet joking.
Absolutely a bit, right?
I don't know. They keep writing about it as if this is gonna come to fruition.
The family-friendly
you were gone,
amusement park. Are there a lot of like
Is there a
amusement parks that aren't?
is there a rated
family-friendly?
R a rated R amusement
Sexy
park?
amusement park.
The rated R amusement park is just Memorial Stadium. That's what they're turning it into.
Wow. You
Lot
think
of
so?
beer. No.
Did you see the Buc-ee's news when you were gone?
Oh, is it not happening?
There was approval of zoning. It's moving
Yeah.
forward.
I did see
It's a
something
good
about
sign
this.
for the Buc-ee's.
Yeah, I still don't believe it.
You'll believe it when you see
lot
it.
of steps.
Just
lot of
things that
hurdles.
There
happen-
are a lot of steps, but this was a good first step.
Where-
Just things that happen in Gretna are fake. And Gretna is not
a
even
lot
real.
of good things that happen.
I was going to
Gretna.
refer to Mitch as the gateway to Gretna for us.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
going to ask an Alexis Jensen question I never got around to.
I am
But I want to
surprised
start calling him the gateway to Gretna.
they
That's a
actually
good one.
did the Super Mega High V, which I'm proud of them for.
We
Well-
should get Connor Happer proud of you stickers.
The one guy wasn't responsible for
That's
it.
true.
It's just him slightly frowning.
Yeah.
But it says, I'm proud.
I'm proud of you.
I'm
you would
proud
have
of
so many of them.
I'm proud of you.
Hey, you threw something away today, Matt. Here's a sticker.
I'm proud of you. You should just get
It
your own
wasn't your
stickers.
keys. Here's a second
They'd
sticker.
be like they'd be like
I'm
the
stickered up.
they'd be like the Scofro stickers just plastered around town. Nice job.
I have a frost warning shirt somewhere in Skokie, Illinois.
Gross.
I was really bought into it. All right, guys. Happy New Year. Great job, everybody. That was fun. Shout out Casey Anthony. Did a great job.
Oh,
today.
shout out Casey Anthony.
Crossover was powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair and Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Middays Mac coming up next.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people. Whose car are we gonna take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call. Make room for Daddy. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
His headphones are so loud.
He's a deaf man.
I mean, literally, I didn't realize how loud it was until I just like blew my ear out with our intro.
He wants to feel the show deep inside his cranium.
Clearly, to the point where it's like his cranium is rattled by the fact that there's so much noise going through it. Middays with Matt, live and rolling here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster, as always, joined by Josh Odson on a busy Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. We have a loaded show in the best way possible, by the way. Like a loaded show in the greatest way you can imagine shows being loaded. This Tuesday on Middays with Matt. Michael Severe will join us at 11:20, as he always does on Tuesdays. Tim Verghese will join us around 12:10 today to talk recruiting. Nebraska's dipping their toe in Georgia, everybody. They are absolutely cleaning house in Georgia. They are doing incredible stuff. They got Katie Jones, a commitment on the offensive line last week, along with Jordan Agbanama. And then over the weekend, Timi Alu from Locust Grove, Georgia, 6'4", 294 pounds, offensive lineman, 4-star, committed to Nebraska. Jeep Wade doing some work. We will talk about that with Tim Verghese at 12:10. And then, like we've been doing the last couple of Mondays here throughout April and May, Marty Cordero, Omaha Prez, will join us from the Omaha Storm Chasers in studio at 12:30. He will be bringing some gifts. We'll be revealing some of the promotional things. What do the promotional items look like that you might be getting at Warner Park when you're going to Storm Chasers games? We also want to remind you, it's a Top 10 Tuesday here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Every Tuesday, Josh Odson gives me a top 10 that I have no idea what is it about. Maybe it'll be Batman themed. I don't know. That new Lego game came out and I cannot stop playing it. I'm currently in a phase where it's like all I can think about is a video game. And I've just been playing this video game. I have not, for all those people out there who go, he's too young. I haven't outgrown that phase. I still am a child. I still do the video game thing where it's like, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to pick up a burrito today and I'm going to play Lego Batman probably all the way up until 7 o'clock.
You have graduated from the point of where you take time off of work.
I would never
play a video
by the way,
game.
I never was in that class.
Oh, okay.
I would never do something
good for you.
So irresponsible of I'm going to take days off to play a video game. No, and I know people who did that in broadcasting. No way. Absolutely not. I'm not a child. Okay. Grow up. I'm not going to do that. But
we're going to hold all of you to this when GTA 6 comes out.
Okay. Damn it. That I might have to take off. Wood Africa 2010 goes, Matt, I'm 40 and playing MLB The Show right now. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I love playing video games, and I cannot wait to go and play Lego Batman. Blue Jay goes, if you want me to ruin your day, Matt, GTA 6 was supposed to release today. See, I'm not one of those guys where I'm necessarily like chomping at the bit and I get very upset about it and I'm like following Rockstar and I'm like doing all that. I'm not really doing that. When it comes out, it comes out. Like I'm not losing sleep over it. There are some people who get very upset when the next GTA 6 update drops. And when the update is always, it ain't coming out when you think it's going to come out. We're pushing it back. That's what Rockstar does, though. Rockstar does this notoriously because they want to make sure the game comes out right instead of the game just coming out. Andy goes, Josh, he's not Kyler Murray. I don't know. I don't think there's a clause in my contract that tells me that I can't play a certain amount of video games.
Sounds like we might need to put it in there, though.
I mean, I will say that it is for pop culture benefit. You know, I do learn a lot of things when I play video games. I mean, honestly, how I keep up with NBA rosters is playing NBA 2K26.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I'm being real. It actually is a pretty good tool because you get to know like where all the bench players are at a certain point in time and whatnot. Because I don't really watch the NBA regular season unless the Bulls are playing good basketball, and past game 17 of the season, that did not occur this year. I'm still mad about the Bulls season. They had a stretch where they were playing the worst teams in the NBA, and they had an above 500 record, and they lost all of those games. And then somehow we still were begging Billy Donovan to come back and be the coach of the Bulls. Which, did Jerry Stackhouse get hired yet to be the Bulls' next head coach? I heard that was swirling around.
Jerry Stackhouse,
that would be an incredibly underwhelming hire for the Bulls, which means it's a Chicago Bulls hire because everything about that franchise is underwhelming. You know what franchise has been underwhelming for the last 27 years? The New York Knicks. Do you know who is going to the NBA Finals in historic fashion? The New York Knicks heading to the finals. Go New York, go New York, go.
Oh.
First time since 1999, the New York Knicks.
First time this century.
With Stevenson High School alum.
Oh.
Chicago's very own, Chicago suburbs' very own, Jalen Brunson.
Bing bong.
F your life. That's what they do. Bing bong. They're going to the finals. Can I read this headline? This is why this is great for the NBA. Okay?
This is good for the NBA.
This is why this is phenomenal for the NBA. This headline that I read this morning, I wake up, the first thing I do is I go to my CBS Sports app. Headline.
Old man move.
Brunson is 4 wins away from becoming greatest Knick of all time.
Whoa.
Earl the Pearl Monroe, move out the way. Clyde Frazier, get out of here. Patrick Ewing, never heard of her. Jalen Brunson's in, baby. Are they wrong? Are they wrong?
There's a case, but
this would be, well, if they were to win the NBA title, this would not only be one of the more improbable NBA title victories, but also one of the more historic ones.
Can we stop?
Okay, can I give you a path though? Can I give you a path?
SGA breaks his leg.
No.
Wemby gets hit by a bus.
Can I give you a path here? Let me give you a path. First off, if you're going to make these types of runs in the NBA Finals, you need like bench guys, role players to do things they've literally never done before. Okay.
This is true.
And like the Portland Trailblazers, to me, they were always like a Mo Harkless or Al Farouk Aminu hot streak away from getting to the finals, right? When Dallas made the run they made a couple years ago, do you know who was awesome for the Dallas Mavericks? Here's a name people might forget. Dorian Finney-Smith. That guy was insane in the playoffs. And then do you know when he fell off? In the finals. Okay. And then they lost in the finals. Landry Shamet is shooting 64% from 3 right now. He hit 4 threes last night. Everything is clicking for the New York Knicks. They're playing for each other. They have great chemistry with Bridges and Hart and Brunson. Mike Brown is pushing the right buttons. They were peaking at the right time. Karl Anthony Towns, they start using him as more of a facilitator than anything. And you know what? They got the luck of the draw. I mean, they got pretty lucky in terms of the teams that they had to play past the Atlanta Hawks.
They
right?
got lucky that the NBA rulebook specifies that a team must represent the East in the NBA Finals. Yes.
They have won 11 straight games by a total of 263 points.
The NBA Finals is currently tied at 2, and for some reason, there's an extra round after the NBA Finals this year.
Not even the 0-1 Lakers or the 17 Warriors have been as dominant as the Knicks have been through this 11-game stretch.
They've been playing plumbers!
Okay, whose fault is that? It's your fault. It's the Celtics' fault.
It is.
The Celtics lost to the Sixers. This is all on you, dummy. This is because your team couldn't get their heads out of their you-know-what.
I'm going to take this L for America.
It's all your fault. We were going to have a somewhat entertaining NBA Finals when the Boston Celtics went, oh, this is the greatest transition year of all time.
That was about to lap upon your shores, yes.
I don't know why I sound like the guy from Monsters, Inc., like who's like, he's got to keep his confidence. Good luck, Sully. When I'm trying to sound like my doofus voice. But I'm telling you, the New York, I'm saying this right now. The New York Knicks very well could win the NBA Finals.
It is mathematically possible.
No, stop it.
Stop it. They have played incredible basketball. They have played really, really good basketball. And by the way, they are 2 all-time CJ McCollum performances away from being completely undefeated in the playoffs. Their 2 losses against the Atlanta Hawks came by 1 point, both of them. I mean, it took buzzer beater performances, like last-second performances, in order to beat this team. Yes, they got the benefit of playing the Philadelphia 76ers and James Harden in the conference finals. I'm Austin Jacobson. Shout out. Team clap for Austin. Here's the thing about Austin. He had a hell of a tweet last night. He goes, I'm sick of watching James Harden play basketball. I couldn't agree more. I could not watch another James Harden played NBA game for the rest of my life, and I would be totally fine.
God, he's only 36.
I know what it's going to look like. It's a bunch of step back threes, a bunch of floaters in the paint, and bad defense. And honestly, James Harden's lack of success in the playoffs has been so bad it's affected the analytics community, because he was the analytical darling. Like all of the people who love when analytics really started hitting the ground running in the early 2000s, like I'm talking like really taking over the sport. He was the poster boy for analytical basketball, which is why Daryl Morey made the moves that he did in Houston, one of them being getting rid of Dwight Howard pretty early on, probably earlier than a lot of teams would have during that point, along with just making some other personnel decisions around James Harden, on top of hiring Mike D'Antoni, the offensive genius, 7 seconds or less to be his head coach. Like, that was the movement Houston was moving in on. And that's why so many teams have traded for and acquired James Harden, because they just believe in the pure numbers. They just believe in the fact that, like, analytically and statistically, this guy makes everything better on the basketball court. And yet he goes in the playoffs and he loses. He just loses. He's not a winning basketball player. He's just not.
He's a loser.
I don't want to call him.
I do.
Okay, fair enough. This is your show. So, I'm just saying, like, I'm cool. Do we think a 42-year-old LeBron James is going to solve the problems of the Cleveland Cavaliers? What a bunch of mentally weak players, by the way, to lose the way that they did in game 1 and then to not even be competitive the rest of the way. Like, I've never seen a game 1 loss demoralize an entire roster like that game 1 loss did. They looked great in game 1 against the Knicks. And then they fell apart, and then the series was over. And now James Dolan is banning people from selling their courtside season tickets to Timothy Chalamet.
Chalamet, but point taken.
Shamalama Ding Dong. It was what some people call it.
The most eventful thing that happened in the Eastern Conference Finals was an appearance from Taylor Swift.
God, I barely knew that happened. And I woke up one day and I saw all the pictures. Apparently, Travis Kelce, though, hit on a bet. People were able to lip read. The lip reading community is an incredible community on Twitter, by the way. There are just people who dedicate fully themselves to lip reading. Shout out John Boy. He made it cool.
Good bit.
It's a great bit. Mm-hmm. I mean, apparently you can find out all the information you could ever want just by, like, assuming what people are saying on Twitter. And you're like, all right, there it is. I totally believe in it. They definitely could never be saying anything else that might look like what I think they're currently saying. Asian Joe goes, I'd rather have Danhausen courtside than Timmy and Kylie.
He's gonna curse whoever wins the Western Conference Finals. And then we're gonna really put this thing to the test.
I'm gonna be real with you. If he curses the Thunder and then they lose in the finals, how are we sure that he's not doing what we think he's doing?
Right. For the uneducated, Danhausen is a current employee of World Wrestling Entertainment.
He's the best thing they got going in that company right now.
His bit right now is cursing other wrestlers.
By the way,
sports franchises.
And
it works.
If I was WWE, I would tell this guy, dude, stop cursing things you can't control, right?
Right.
Like you ruin the bit.
We need that aura of believability.
You ruin the gimmick. If you curse things that we can't script, you're putting this out of our hands to stick it to the wrestlers, and he keeps cursing real life things, and then those people get cursed.
He was on First Take last week and cursed the Cavs, and they got swept. I think now he has to go, guys. I'm not doing the curse thing anymore. Like I'm good.
What if he doubled down? I'm telling you right now, it would do numbers. Would we have a Pablo Torre finds out about exposing Danhausen?
I mean, what's the difference between Danhausen and O's the Mentalist?
Okay, we have to go back and we have to watch that PTFO.
I'll put it on the list.
We along with Memento. Didn't get to that. I'm sorry. I
had a long weekend.
I played Lego Batman, and I went to an 11 p.m. first pitch baseball game on Friday. One incredible atmosphere at the Big Ten tournament for Nebraska baseball.
The West Coast could never.
Don't tell the Oregon. Oh, my bad.
No, you're good.
I like doing the thing where you do like the burger, like,
wait, double cheeseburger and fries. Order 77, you order from heaven.
I like doing that from time to time. Anyway, the West Coast is very mad at the Big Ten. Do you know who the West Coast baseball team should be mad about? That there's not a proper amount of fans at their conference tournament games. You know who they should be mad about? Their football teams. That's who they should be mad about, because that's why you're in the position you're in.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why Oregon, UCLA, Washington, and USC baseball have to play in the Big Ten has nothing to do with the Big Ten being like, hey, baseball, we want you over here. It has everything to do with the fact that their football teams wanted to play in the Big Ten Conference. So
you needed a sugar daddy, and don't get mad when daddy creates a set of rules that you don't like.
Thank you.
In order for you to get your sweet, sweet cash.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh Odson. Because they're all these bitching and moaning and complaining. It's not our fault. It's not our fault. I would love to ask the West Coast Big Ten teams, where do you think the Big Ten Conference tournament should be, where you think that you would draw a big crowd? Eugene, LA, Seattle. You just want to put it. I mean, all their
Vegas.
Who cares? Who cares? It's the Big Ten Conference baseball tournament. Who cares? It's not that. I mean, let's be real. Can we call a spade here? It's not that big of a deal. The Big Ten Conference baseball tournament isn't that big of a deal. It's not.
It's not.
All right. I mean, the teams that think they're mostly in before the Big Ten Conference baseball tournament. There's only a handful of teams who are like maybe be on the bubble, but they don't necessarily get the benefit of the doubt because they're not in the SEC. Sorry. I don't know why they're all pissed and mad about it. I'm like, you're mad about the wrong thing, buddy.
Pitt was like a 14 seed in the ACC tournament, made it to the semifinals, and still didn't get in.
Yeah. So they're whining and moaning about that made no sense to me. It's just a bunch of West Coast sissies is all it is. Because they just want they always got to bitch about something. Totally fine by me. Nebraska. 11 p.m. game. Shout out to all the people who went to the 11 p.m. first pitch. What a funny moment, by the way, where everyone's on pins and needles. We canceled we postponed a baseball game that probably could have been played in the time that we postponed it, but we were very concerned about, hey, we want to make sure that we don't waste starting pitching.
Yeah,
we
you don't want to stop and start.
You don't want to do that, which I totally understand. Mm-hmm. The coaches feeling that way and the Big Ten respecting those wishes, totally fine. And we're sitting there, and the rumor is, all right, it's 9:56 p.m., right? We got to get out by 9:56 p.m. Well, pretty early on, we recognize we ain't going to hit that mark. And then it turned into an official announcement, and I want to credit all of the people from the Omaha World Herald and other publications that were there at Charles Schwab Field, who did a phenomenal job of reporting the time updates accordingly in the press box and all that stuff. We get an update being, hey, 10:20, here we go, right? Like, if we can get this game done by 10:20, 10:19 rolls around. And you're like, oh my God, bases loaded. We got Rock Chalowski just got walked. I mean, like, we got to go right now or this game ain't getting played. Apparently there was Gary tweeted this out, Gary Sharp on Twitter. I'm assuming there's a clock that has the seconds on.
Yes.
I guess they were 14 seconds early before the cutoff.
They did a cinematic recap of the of the game.
I didn't see that.
It began with them watching the end of the UCLA game, and they ran out of the tunnel as UCLA walked it off, which they're very good at doing. You might want to put a pin in that for later in this tournament.
Thank you. We go ahead, and I'm there. Oh my God, it's 10:49 already. We're just having a fun time, just flying by right now. I'm sitting there in front of my TV being like, all right, we got to run to this game now. We literally, like, I'm hobbling to Charles Schwab Field because we didn't know if the box office was going to be open. We didn't.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like we're like it's 10:45. Like I wouldn't blame these people if they were like, "Nah, we're going home. Like we're done. Like you've had all day long to go ahead and buy these tickets." That's part of the thing that I'm thinking. But no, they were open. Shout out to the box office people at the Chuck Box. They were open. We buy tickets. It was not sleepy for a second. For one singular second, it was not sleepy at all. It was loud. There was intensity. We had the tarps off section over in left field. It was a good time. Nebraska in a very competitive game against Michigan ends up winning, and then they go and they play Oregon, and unfortunately they just kind of got squeezed out by the Ducks. But Nebraska hosting a regional. Let's go. First time since 2008. CBS has called it the group of death. Only the Huskers.
CBS, come on.
CBS also released an article today about our favorite friend Dylan, which we will talk about. We'll also talk about the Women's College World Series. Nebraska is going dancing in Oklahoma City. We'll talk about all of that. Alexis Jensen, Jordy Fromm, and Hannah Kaur. Congratulations. Hell of a game by number 23 in center field. Has had a really, really good season, but everyone got to see how good of a player she actually is. So congratulations to her. We'll also talk about Texas Tech softball in Florida. They played a very spicy game, along with the Cubs suck and the season is over.
Woof. 9 straight. Can't score. You got to score.
You want to guess the only other team in MLB history to have 2 10-game winning streaks along with a 9-game losing streak. Only other team, 2 10-game winning streaks plus a 9-game.
I mean, it's got it. I'll bet it's somebody from like 1919.
It's not. It's in the 2000s.
Oh, the Tigers.
The 2017 LA Dodgers, who very famously beat the Chicago Cubs in the 2017 NLCS to go and then lose to the Houston Astros in one of the most known and stained World Series of all time. So there you go. A little bit of an educational piece for you here on Middays with Matt. Coming up next, let's talk a little baseball. Talk a little baseball and talk a little Dylan Raiola before we hit Michael Severe at 11:20 here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Okay, so Nebraska Baseball hosting a regional. Team clap for Will Bolt, please. Here's the thing. That guy set out a goal to host a regional. He made it very clear for numerous years. Hey, I want to host a regional. I want Nebraska to host a regional. I want to be one of the top 16 teams in the country and be able to be a number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. You know what? You did it. You did it. He did it. And you know, you can, I don't know. I hate saying the thing like you could say what you want about him because, I mean, it comes off in a way that it's like he's not a good coach or anything like that, which is far from the truth. He is a very good coach, which is why they are where they're at. I mean, there's been a lot of criticism of him and sometimes the in-game decisions. Hell, there was major criticism of him when it came to the bunt, right, on Friday. There was a lot of people who were freaking out about his decision to bunt at the 4-hole, right, and all that type of stuff. I thought the bunt decision against Oregon was actually the right decision in the 9-hole. But like, it's one of those things where it's like, you play bolt ball, and people I've heard people have their comments about the red shirt decisions with certain guys and whatnot, and then obviously you had the 1 year where you had 2 All-Americans and Bryce Matthews and Max Anderson. You didn't make the tournament, and you had if it's not for a Parker Pico, dropped fly ball in right field against Michigan State, you don't make the NCAA tournament. But this man set out a goal. He built a roster, whether it be through recruiting locally, whether it be through recruiting in high school nationally, whether it be going to the JUCO ranks or picking up guys in the transfer portal, put together a staff that got stuff done, and now they're hosting a regional. So congratulations to Will Bolt, a hell of an accomplishment. And I always like it when people go, hey, this is my goal. This is what I want to accomplish. This is what we want to get done. And some people, as early as last year, listening to this radio station, said that was a goal that wasn't attainable, or a goal that they thought was too lofty. Well, you know what? They went ahead and they accomplished it. They will be playing this week in Lincoln at Haymarket Park. People are fired up. First pitch, 3 p.m. Nebraska takes on the winners of the Summit League Conference Tournament Championship, the South Dakota State Jackrabbits, who upset the Oral Roberts Golden Eagles in the Summit League Conference Championship Tournament. It was Oral Roberts' tournament to lose, some people told me, and South Dakota State won it. So congratulations to them.
Yeah. I don't. Hot at the right time.
Oral Roberts dominated the Summit League,
yes,
by the way.
They always do.
It's not, I'm not joking. Go to the Summit League standings, okay? Go to the Summit League standings and look at the clinic that Oral Roberts put on this year. They were 22-6 in conference tournament play. They won the league by 5.5 games. They had a whole weekend where they were like, yeah, we lose all these games and Omaha can win, don't matter. We're going to win the Summit League. They had a 78.6 win percentage. They were 35-24, okay, on the year. They lost to a South Dakota State Jackrabbit team who was 12-15 in the Summit League this year. They are 7 games under 500. They were 9.5 games back of first place in the regular season, and that team is going to Lincoln to take on the Cornhuskers.
Oral Roberts,
absolutely incredible.
Oral Roberts, the only team in the Summit League to finish with an overall record above 500.
I'm just laughing right now because I know the voice of the Golden Eagles very well. He's a Nebraska grad, Connor Clark. Keep that name in your back pocket, by the way. Connor Clark going to do incredible stuff in his broadcasting career. Very great friend of mine. We were, funny enough, calling it the Connor World Series, which we call it here with Connor Happer, right? In Nebraska, making the
that's confusing. Yeah.
But we're like, all right, Connor, you're coming to Lincoln. Like, here we go. Like, it's going to be great. Oral's going to be in the tournament. Connor's going to announce an NCAA tournament game. Hell yeah, this is going to be incredible. And then they choked. They lost to South Dakota State, who Nebraska already played this season. Nebraska defeated the Jackrabbits 5-4 earlier in the year. They will play at 3 p.m. Speaking about 3 p.m., that's when the regional tickets for Nebraska Baseball go on sale to the general public 3 p.m. They will obviously have a tiered on sale for Nebraska athletics donors, because it's not like I've given, enough money over the last 4 years to that school to go ahead and buy the tickets.
Just need a little more.
Apparently
I keep winning. We need a little more.
Apparently I have to give more than 10% of my paycheck or to Nebraska. Well, I'm paying academics. I'm not paying athletics. So I guess that's different.
It's called tithing, man.
I guess it is. I still think back to the John Mulaney bit where he goes, I gave you $100,000 and you spent it already. I haven't given Nebraska that much yet, but $91 for reserved tickets is what it will cost you when the regional tickets go on sale at 3 p.m. $91 for reserved seats, $56 for adult general admission, and then youth/senior GA $42. Senior 65 and up is what I'm guessing is what we're going with. People different. We have different.
Some places it's 55.
Some places it's 60. Mm-hmm. AMC movie theaters is 60, at least in Skokie, Illinois. So youth and seniors 42, adult GA 56, reserved $91. According to other notes, and this is all coming from Huskers.com on their regional kind of FAQ, you must sign into your account on Huskers.com before you purchase tickets. All tickets will be delivered electronically, and you can only get 2 tickets per account. So you cannot stock up massively on tickets. You can only buy 2 tickets per account. So
I can't take my family of 4 to the game.
Well, your wife would have to probably sign in and get in the queue as well.
What are the odds that she would get in the queue and we'd buy tickets right next to each other?
Probably low.
Yeah.
Probably low. So only 2
I feel like maybe Nebraska's bungling the
account.
process T to B, top to bottom.
Probably. That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like they're doing. And according to CBS, they got the Regional of Death.
That can't be good.
This is by the way, so it's the 2026 NCAA baseball tournament. Regional pairings take away odds on the road to the College World Series. All by Carter Bonds is what I'm going to go with here. The first headline is Nebraska to host the Region of Death. Oh, no. He skipped over Mississippi State, skipped over UCLA, skipped over the SEC dominating. No. We are going to talk about Nebraska hosting the Region of Death. Carter goes on to say here that in order to advance beyond the first weekend, they will need to get past an Ole Miss squad whose pitching staff is more emblematic of a top 16 national seed rather than a regional 2 seed, and an Arizona State lineup that hits the cover off the baseball. Carter continues, not only is the Lincoln Regional stacked with 3 realistic winners, but the team that emerges as the victor will likely to face a road super regional at Auburn. This path to Omaha is as tough as they come in 2026. Nebraska, for those who remember all the way back in the beginning of the season, played Auburn. Do we remember that? They played Auburn.
Oh, yeah.
They went ahead and they lost 2 of those 3 games, but they did actually pick up a very important win that did wonders for them when it came to the RPI, which certainly helped a lot. I mean, obviously, Nebraska picked up other wins throughout the year that helped them end up being ranked as a regional seed. But that win, 9-8 in 10 innings against Auburn, it was one hell of a game at Auburn, definitely helped them early on in the RPI. And then, they ended up getting run ruled the next day and then lost by 9 on Sunday. So Nebraska definitely chopping out the bit to get back to that series. Or maybe Auburn just loses their regional. That'd be very convenient as well. And now we're hosting a super regional in Lincoln. That would be awesome. So, hello indeed. But for those who are not tiered on the Husker Athletic Fund, 3 p.m. is the time for you to go and buy tickets to the regional. $91 for reserve seats, $56 for GA. Real quick, something just hit my desk. It's perhaps one of the most eye-rolly things I've seen in quite some time.
Oh, no.
There was a Dylon article today.
Okay.
There was a Dylon article. Came out. I saw it. I go, really? We're doing this? We're talking about Dylon in Nebraska. From Chris Hummer, the headline, Inside Dylan Raiola's Nebraska divorce, NIL drama, family influence, and Oregon's QB succession plan. Why one of college football's highest paid players in 2025 is starting over as a backup. The article goes on to describe what the breakup looked like. I will say it doesn't really say a whole lot in terms of definitive facts. It doesn't really there's no quotes from like Matt Rule, or there's no quotes about like Matt Rule. It's just kind of Chris Hummer putting together what he heard from quote unquote sources. I wonder who that is. Wonder who his sources about this were. Here's what he wrote. Speaking to the sources close to the situation, Raiola's family wanted him in a place where he could compete for a national championship and get a fresh start in his development with an eye toward the NFL draft. The Huskers were frustrated by the annual back and forth with Raiola and were happy to save money on their $3.5 million investment in Raiola, who was one of the highest paid players in college football last season. Raiola, now this is probably the one that's most interesting out of all of this. Raiola had explored a split during the 2024 offseason. So by November of 2025, the Huskers were prepared for the reality that their quarterback might transfer. So here's what's interesting about this. Number one is you heard the rumors of Dylan looking elsewhere in 2024, or maybe more specifically, Dylan's camp looking elsewhere in 2024. Miami was always a name that we heard in terms of them being very interested in grabbing Dylan after his first year at Nebraska. So basically, this confirming that is interesting. And I always find the dynamic very interesting in terms of you get a kid, you invest in the kid, you put a lot of time in the kid, you put a lot of effort in the kid, and then he goes and he explores his options. And even when he comes back after quote unquote exploring his options, it's hard to imagine that it isn't awkward a little bit afterward. Like, to John Bishop's point, he's fading Washington this year because of what happened with DeMond Williams. And no matter how you spin it, you know, it's just kind of an awkward situation to come back to. And I think that this potentially could have been an awkward situation where it's like, you know, your quarterback is looking potentially to go elsewhere, and then you have to basically, and Hummer describes it, right, the annual back and forth between, you know, them and Raiola. And so that's an interesting part where you're basically confirming that, yeah, that did happen, because those were rumors and I think it was kind of known, but to have it put in solid writing is interesting. Also, too, didn't you notice something about this quote? Raiola had explored a split during the 2024 offseason. So by November of 2025, the Huskers were prepared for the reality that their quarterback might transfer. So it's not even as if like Dylan got hurt and then it was all right, wait and see, we'll figure it out. Like, no, Dylan got hurt, and right away Hummer is saying that they were ready for him to go, that they were prepared for him to transfer elsewhere. So all this other stuff, you know, it's a divorce both sides were comfortable with at the end, per sources, giving each a blank slate to work moving forward. Raiola entered the 2026 portal with one team circled, Oregon. It details how the whole Dante Moore situation influenced Dylan and how it led to him going to Oregon, along with the fact that he did talk to Louisville at one point, but they wanted him in Eugene the entire time. This is just one of those things where it's like, it's a lot of kind of what we already heard. And, you know, if you read into the rumors, I don't know if this is really anything special other than the headline that goes, "Inside Dylan Raiola's Nebraska divorce." You know, it's a grabber. It's an attention grabber, but I don't think there's anything really of substance here, anything that you probably didn't already know. And to me, I think it just got, I mean, this is my view on all of this. The juice just wasn't worth the squeeze anymore. It just wasn't, whatever the Dylan Raiola juice, or the Raiola family juice, probably more accurately, wasn't worth the squeeze anymore. And just kind of one of those things where it's like, Did Dylan really play like he was worth $3.5 million last year? No, we didn't. Was he bad? No, I don't want to do revisionist history and tell you that I didn't think that at times Dylan Raiola was a good quarterback for Nebraska. I thought he had his moments, but I don't think he played up to his worth. And when you're not playing up to your worth, and then you have kind of what Chris describes as the annual back and forth, it's just time to move on. It's time to be like, all right, this didn't work out the way that we wanted to. Good luck with your future endeavors. We're going to do our thing, so on and so forth. We'll see you later. And you move on. And, at this point, I have some other thoughts about the Dylan Raiola experience at Nebraska in particular, his whole lack of mobility and all of that stuff. And maybe that could have been avoided in certain aspects if you're picking up when I'm dropping down. But, it's not really worth getting into anymore just because he's gone. Nebraska's moved on. Nebraska's going in a direction, frankly, they probably should have been going in the entire time, right? They're going in a direction where when they kind of laid the groundwork in 2023 in terms of what they wanted to look like and where they wanted to go, it's more in tune to what they're currently doing and how they're building this roster and how they're handling this offense, in particular, the quarterback situation. So, see ya. Good luck. Sayonara. You read this article and you're like, inside the Nebraska divorce. And you're like, I don't know why I turned into Macho Man right there. Oh, yeah, bro. What's the headline? Dig it. I read that headline and I thought that, there might be some juicy things. There wasn't. It wasn't. It was a lot of what people kind of already. So congratulations to Chris Hummer, though. I'm sure that got a lot of clicks, bud. I'm sure that really dialed it up there. I'm sure I clicked on it. Hell, you got me. So congrats to that.
That's all that matters.
Hope Dylan ends up playing well in 2 years. But would be that'd be quite the headline if he were to actually end up becoming the starting quarterback of Oregon next season and then ends up coming back to Lincoln to play Memorial Stadium so he can throw in that wind we all love so much. So coming up next, we talk to Michael Severe. Should I ask Michael about the Dylan Raiola situation? It's not where I want to go. But
depends on what else you got in the hopper.
Do you think I have anything in the hopper when it comes to Michael Severe?
I'm betting you didn't realize today was Tuesday and don't have a
No.
lot of things planned for Michael.
First off, you knew I didn't know it was Tuesday. All right. I told you I didn't know it was Tuesday. I have things. I never have anything planned for Michael. And we just go. We just talk. I mean, Michael and I it's not an interview. We have lunch at 11:20 every Tuesday. And then I interview Tim. That's one where we got to find out the information from Tim Bits because he's got all the bits. And Marty Cordero has all the promotions. He'll join us today at 12:30. But the executive director of the Jet Award Foundation coming up next here on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
We are joined by the executive director of the
You sound horrible. What'd you say?
Why do I sound horrible?
You were breaking up. It was like a modulating thing. I couldn't understand. Did you ask me if I was at home?
No. Do you like Arby's?
Yeah. I mean, there are things that I've really liked over the years. I was always a curly fry guy. Yeah. Back in the day when they first came out with like the chopped chicken sandwiches, before I found out the amount of calories that were in those. I like those. Those were good. And then by
the way,
yeah,
I will give you credit. You're one of the healthier eaters. Like when we go out to lunch,
right?
You do a very good job of being mindful of, hey, I can get this and I can't get that. And I actually think you do a pretty good job of still ordering good things whilst being like, I can't have bread. I want to give you that credit. That's a skill. I feel like that's a skill.
It's part of being fat and getting older.
You're not fat.
Oh my God. I'm the heaviest I've ever been in my entire life right now, currently.
I think you look skinnier.
I weighed in when you first met me, no. I was in the 210s. When you were the so when I was doing the what is that called? What the thing they called it?
The unlimited sports
thing, yeah. When I was doing that thing, that I was probably in like the 2 teens at that time. Easily. Okay. Yeah, because that would have been like 2022 or 23.
I think your just face looks skinnier now.
Oh, I lift a lot of weights chewing.
You know what?
In my face.
I'm not gonna. I'll tell you privately. I don't want to put it on the air, but I've gained a lot of weight, right, since starting here, and that just happens. That's natural, right? You get a full-time job. You know, before I got here, I was part-time. I would do work and then I would work out. Like that was my daily routine, right? So I was in good shape. Yeah. But I've noticed I've gotten less fat in my face, and it's just because I think I'm moving my mouth all the time.
Talking more,
so I'm like burning. Yeah. I'm burning face muscles, right? Yeah. Because that's my job. But everything else, it's gone to the stomach for sure. The stomach has been bad. So you look good right now. You look good.
Everything about life is about yin and yang, right? So I had some anxiety issues. They put me on some medicine. The anxiety went away. I gained 35 pounds. You know, it's yin and yang.
Yeah.
Yin and yang in life. Now I have more anxiety about my weight. You know, it's funny. And Josh, I think will relate to this because the 70s and 80s had a lot more like really disturbing. Yes. But that talking about losing weight. There was a lot of more disturbing TV and movies back then.
Yeah.
Right? It was an era of just being disturbing. I watched the final of Euphoria the other night, and I'm only afraid of 2 things. You know the 2 things I'm afraid of in life?
I don't know these actually.
Okay, I'm afraid of 2 things. One, it's Lou Gehrig's disease. Terrified of that, right?
Absolutely.
Every time I drop something, I'm thinking, oh my God. So that, and the other one is being buried alive. I'm a big Edgar Allan Poe kid. I love Poe. Read a lot of that. Being buried alive terrifies me. And if you watched, no spoilers, but if you watched the show this past week, I couldn't sleep last night. In my mind, I kept picturing myself in that situation. Yeah, it was horrible last night. I actually had to get up. I had to get up and like walk around and watch a little bit of Wrath of Khan last night.
The original or the new one?
Is there only one Star Trek 2 Wrath of Khan? They made another Star Trek that had Khan in it, but the original, yes, of course.
Gotcha.
We're talking about the Bond.
What was the one with Pine? What was that one called with Khan in it? That was great with Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah, that was the second of the 2.
Into Darkness. Into Darkness. Into Darkness, I think, was the best out of those 3 movies. You know, they were going to make a 4th one of those movies and get Chris Hemsworth back, and then Chris Hemsworth became Thor, and he was like, "You can't afford me."
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were gonna because Chris Hemsworth, his very first movie.
What did he play in Star Trek?
He was Jim Kirk's dad in the very first movie. The opening scene where Jim's dad ends up dying and he sacrifices himself.
Yeah,
that's Chris Hemsworth. That's
I don't remember him in the movie at all. Pine and Hemsworth were in the same movie, huh? Ooh,
yes,
crossing the Chris's.
They never shared the screen together.
Oh, okay.
They never shared the screen.
Yeah,
but Chris Hemsworth's very first acting job in Hollywood was being Jim Kirk's dad in that first Star Trek movie. Then he became Thor. And they wanted to bring him back to do a 4th movie because in Star Trek, they go back and they save Jim's dad, right?
Yeah,
so they have a great relationship, but they wanted to pay Chris Hemsworth a very low number, and he was like, "Nah, dude, I'm Thor. You got to pay me more." And then they blew up the movie, and then now they're
that scene at all. I remember like when they got
it's a great
together.
opening scene.
Yeah,
it's a great opening scene.
Maybe I was late to the movie. Maybe I was late to the movie.
Go back.
The first thing I remember is they're boarding the shuttlecraft, and everybody's meeting everybody. And Bones meets Kirk for the first time. I remember that. That's the first scene I remember in that movie.
That's like the second act of the movie. There's that whole first act where they get into the bar fight because they get into a bar fight in that movie, and that's where
after they met on the thing, or before they met on the thing?
Captain Pike finds Jim in a bar after a fight because he gets into a bunch of fight with cadets, and so he gets into that bar fight.
Oh, I thought that was part 2 for some reason.
No.
The second Star Trek.
Well, the second Star Trek, they go back to that same bar after Pine gets kicked off of the ship because he lied about a mission report.
I remember that scene. Yeah. But no, I watched the regular.
This is my jam. I love those Chris Pine Star Trek movies. I've watched all of them about 10 times.
The third one, I don't believe I've seen it. I'm sure, but I don't remember much. Is that the one with the woman that has like the markings on her face?
Yes.
I don't remember. Okay, it's like a alien planet thing. I remember parts of it. But like I was locked in. I loved Star Trek as a kid, and then the first movie went to see it with my mom, like in '80, and it wasn't very good. The V'ger whole thing, But Wrath of Khan, great. All the evens are great. 2, 4, 6 are all great.
Michael, I haven't seen really any of the original ones. I haven't.
Really, Wrath of Khan is a great movie. Ricardo Montalban is incredible in that movie. I'm glad it was on last night so I could watch it to kind of.
Oh, it was on like Stars or HBO. He didn't just turn it on.
No, it wasn't on either one of those. It was like on one of those, like on a regular TV station. I turned on my YouTube TV and I looked to see what was there, and it was right there. It just come on like maybe 2 minutes before.
Okay, we're not going to do this here because I want to ask you some sport questions. But I thought of a great topic for the College World Series, Josh. You want to write this down? Best like fast food specialty sauces. Best fast food specialty sauces. Like Arby's sauce or the horsey sauce.
The horsey sauce is my jam. I love horseradish.
The horsey sauce is so good. What is another specialty sauce that you can think of?
One of my favorites is Popeyes has one. One of their dipping sauces is really good.
The honey mustard dipping sauce at Popeyes is awesome.
Not that one. Not the Mardi Gras one. There's another one that's it's very spicy. It's good.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember right now, but I get that every time we get the wings. That's very good. I saw a brand new one. Did you see that? Somebody recently, it's a pizza place that has a pizza sauce that looks a lot like the pizza sauce you get over at Lighthouse.
Really?
You had the pizza sauce at Lighthouse?
I haven't had the pizza sauce at Lighthouse. I went to Lighthouse once. I got their New England clam chowder pizza. Very good pizza, by the way. I know it's a weird flavor.
Chowder pizza. Wow, I missed that one.
No, good one. Good one.
I missed that one. I never seen that one. I've been there a bunch for slices. Never got that one. But they have
so big. I mean, they're massive.
It's an 8 slice. It's a big slice.
It's a whole pie.
I got that, and I love it. But they have a sauce that comes with it. It's really good. And I think it's now, is it Domino's or Papa John? Somebody's got a pizza sauce.
Domino's
a new pizza sauce.
Yeah.
I would say that garlic sauce from Papa John's
is very good.
Papa John's garlic sauce. That's
very
elite.
good.
That's
I like
really
that a lot.
cool.
Yeah. I squeeze my remember the little pepper, the peppercini? I would break that up. I'd squeeze that in there, and then I would dip with that. Yeah.
I love, dude. I can just eat pepperoncinis all day.
I do too. I'm a huge pepperoni fan. My favorite things on pizza. Yeah. Very good.
And then when you gave me that Italian beef recipe, I put a bunch of pepperoncinis in there too.
Yes, they're so good.
Yeah. I'll tell you an underrated one before we get to my quick question with you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The sweet and sour sauce at McDonald's. Use it with your chicken nuggets. I'm telling you.
My wife she gets hot mustard and sweet and sour, and she dips it in both of them.
I gotta try that.
That's her thing. Yeah, that's her jam for that. I don't get. First of all, I don't. No offense to McDonald's, I'm sure they're great.
Fair enough.
I'm not eating their nuggets. And then
you know what?
So many great nuggets. There's so many.
Michael, I'm telling you, their nuggets. I think they're pretty good. And I watched how it's made on it, and it made it better.
And they don't do that anymore. They don't do the pink stuff anymore. They stopped that. But if I had to compare it to other, like the nuggets at Wendy's are just like 10 times better.
Well, the spicy nuggets at Wendy's.
Yeah, they're just better, and they taste like they're made of chicken.
Yeah, well, ghost pepper sauce at the ghost pepper ranch at Wendy's is actually another pretty good special.
Popeyes has a really good ghost pepper one too. That's my son's one. That's his go-to.
I would say the ranch at Wingstop. Is that a specialty sauce though, or is that just ranch?
I think ranch is just ranch. I don't eat ranch personally.
Yes,
not a ranch guy, but from what everybody tells me, Amigos is the best ranch.
Well,
you
said that very PG. You always tell me, you go, I'm not a white guy. I don't eat ranch.
It's not. I never saw it growing up. We never had it. I didn't see it until I went to college. I didn't see. Well, we had in Louisiana the big salad dressings were like the red. So like Catalina French. That was the big thing there, and then you can get the stuff that comes on the Big Mac. So that was Thousand Island was big too. I didn't see it. I was in college. I'm like, what is that nasty smell? And somebody's like, it's the ranch dressing. I can smell ranch dressing from a mile away. And then my son, we were trying to put weight on Miles, and so we would put ranch dressing in a lot of his food. He called it the white dip. That's what he called it. I need some white dip, and I would get it to him, and like cleaning the plates and stuff. The smell of it just makes me gag.
I put Thousand Island in cottage cheese, and it's
cottage cheese.
In cottage cheese.
I don't think I've ever eaten cottage cheese that wasn't like made into something.
Really? You haven't just had a tub of cottage cheese before?
No.
Michael, it's pretty good.
No,
Michael, I'm telling you, it's pretty good, Michael.
No,
I know. I'm telling you right now. I know it's once. I'll just say it's white guy behavior from me. All right, but it's Thousand Island and cottage cheese is really good. Put some peaches in there too. Peaches.
I love peaches. I'll just eat a peach by itself. I'll be fine with that.
Let's talk about a guy who was eating peaches before he came to Nebraska. Dylan Raiola. See, he was in Georgia. Remember that? Yeah, but that was pretty good. Okay, I can't really see if you're laughing or not.
I got it.
Okay. Did you read the CBS article today about that?
Did not. And see, there's the front of your house. And then there's the back of your house. And then behind that, there's a little area. It's like a little shack. And that's where everything is for Dylan for me. It's way, way, way behind me. I wish him all the luck in the world. Wish him all the luck in the world. But I don't care what he's doing. It's not part of – I got another thing. I'm working on points per drive over Holgerson's career. That's the stat I'm currently working on right now. Points per drive.
You are absolutely
That's what I'm working on. Do you know how many times do you think he is in his career? How many times do you think he's had a team that ranked top 25? Top 25 net points per drive. No, not net points. Offensive points per drive. I have it separated. The offensive points per drive. How many times?
2. I'm going to guess 2.
So when he was at West Virginia, he did it 3 times.
Okay.
At Houston, he did it once.
Okay.
Nebraska, his first 4 games, it was worse than it was before they took over, believe it or not. And then last year it was 52nd.
So here's the thing. The reason why I said 2 was because you get so many drives in the Big 12, right? Because it's just especially,
but it's points per. So yes, but you can get a bunch of drives, but if you don't score on them, it hurts you.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. He gets a bunch of drives. So it's like, I'm sure they're scoring a lot of points, but because you have that volume of drives, I think it's pretty hard in the Big 12 to get a higher points per drive because you would have to be scoring 60 points a game or something.
His last year there at West Virginia, he was 12th. That was the highest.
Yeah.
Almost 3 points per drive.
Gee.
Yeah, almost 3 points.
My God.
Yeah, but he's not gotten close.
Wait. So points per drive last year would have been. Can I guess what the points per drive would have been last year?
Oh yeah, sure.
What they averaged, I would say their points per drive last year was 1.91.
Oh no, it was higher. So so it was almost 2.5, I believe.
Okay.
I went off that page.
Well, because it's what they scored. Was it 23.5 points per game or something like that last year?
I think it was. All I know is it was less than 20 in conference play. That's the number.
Well, that was. I mean, so that's kind of what I'm going on.
So he was. They were 51st last year. 51st, 2.4 points per drive. That's offensive points per drive. Overall, when you look at what he's been for his career. You can't call him a revolutionary offensive coordinator only because if you look at some of the other guys who we consider that, like a Dan Mullen kind of guy, we always talk about that, or Steve Sarkisian, he doesn't match up numbers wise.
No.
just numbers wise with it. Yeah. Or Chip. Yeah. Chip, when Chip was rolling at Oregon or New Hampshire, or even the first year at Philly and that kind of stuff. Yeah. But no, if you look at what he had overall his career, it's not.
Even I remember, like, when with Chip at Oregon, you blink your eyes and you look at the ESPN ticker and they've already scored 35 points. Like that was crazy back then. What do you think the biggest problem with the offense was last season?
I'm not a fan of this phrase. But people talk about identity a lot, and I do believe that you have to have a good idea of what you're doing from play 1 to play 30, right? I do believe that. I don't necessarily think that means you have to have a certain identity, but it does mean you have to have a plan. And once you get out of that first script, after that plan, that's how you know how good you are. Once you get out of that script, whether it's 15, 20, 10, whatever you do, how you act after the halftime and how you perform when you have to score points is how you should be judged as an offensive coordinator. Yeah. And that didn't necessarily happen.
You're totally right in terms of, like, there seemed like there was the inconsistency of times of, like, all right, they forgot about Emmett. Like the Minnesota game. They forgot about Emmett. But even the Michigan State game, I feel like they forgot about Emmett. Like they just kind of forgot about him.
They went behind, right? Didn't they? Were they behind by 10 or whatever? And
then they were throwing into the wind. The wind was awful.
It doesn't matter if you look at Holgorsen throughout his career. If you're trailing, he is a throw the ball guy. He's not, and it could be early. You could be down 7-6 against Minnesota. You know, I mean, that's down 1 point. You should be still trying to run the ball, and maybe they weren't. So yes, talk about him when they're trailing. He's a pass first guy.
And I know this is at both Satterfield and Holgorsen thing, but it was kind of like, I've seen this before with them with Fedoni, where I felt like sometimes with Fedoni, it wasn't like Fedoni would get the ball within the offense. It was more like they would hike the ball, or they would snap the ball knowing they were giving the ball to Thomas, you know? And I feel like sometimes when you're just like, when you do that too often, you kind of get out of the flow of things. And like, to what you say, like, the identity sometimes is a little bit lost. So I agree with that. I think it all kind of just, and I've said this over and over again, and I believe it wholeheartedly, Nebraska will never win in the Big Ten if they don't have a really good offensive line. Like, they're never going to win in spite of the offensive line. Like, that, to me, the fact that they've invested so much with Jeep Wade, and now that Jeep is getting these recruits and he's recruiting at a high level, and we'll talk to Tim Verghese later in the show about it, and the fact that he does have that pedigree of developing an offensive line, I think, to me, that's been the biggest story of the offseason, is Jeep and his impact.
Even the great teams, right? And Jeep we trust. Even the great teams, go back and look the last 3 or 4 years. Oregon had that moment where they lost 2 offensive linemen and they had to rotate, and they were struggling. And you were like, what's wrong with Oregon? And then Ohio State had that whole thing where they had to retool it because they lost their left tackle in Simmons. Same thing happened. It doesn't matter now. You have to be great at that.
Well, Donovan Jackson was moving all across the line, right? Like that.
Yeah, he had to, because they right tackle all the way over to left tackle. Then they're like, well, let's get our 5 best guys on the field at one time. And as soon as Ohio State did that, they were set, man.
That's how they almost lost to Nebraska. Was their offensive line was terrible that day.
Yeah, that was the day after the injury. That was the week after the injury. So I agree with you. You have to win. You have to have a great offensive line. To win games, you have to, believe it or not, score points. So here's the thing. Low red zone.
Oh, you're right.
They've been inept in the low red zone. They haven't gotten enough points when they cross the opponent's 40-yard line. That's what he needs to improve. And I did all his numbers for that last year and the year before. And you know what? When he came in those 4 games at the end of the year, taking over for Satterfield, they did get better. Their points per drive went up. Their finishing drive rate went up as well. The problem is he didn't carry that into 2025, especially after Raiola got hurt. It fell off the cliff. Even with that great game against UCLA where they scored on almost every successful drive they had, even with that in there, they still didn't have a great overall finishing drive rate over those games. So I watch him and I say to myself, there's something missing from his magic that he had when he had those good teams. And maybe everybody's caught up with it. Maybe because he no longer runs as fast, because they used to go like 17, 19 seconds per play. And by the time he got to those 4 games at Nebraska, they dropped way off. And then last year they were slower than he has been in his career too. So there's some things he just doesn't do the same, and maybe because the game has changed, but that he needs to get back to.
Simple wrote an article today. I'm very interested in reading it about. It was Holgerson talking about.
Oh, I read that. That's what got me doing this.
Okay. So here's that. I got to let you go because we got to hit a break and do odd news. But can you do a favor for me? I have a project for you in the summer.
Yeah.
Because you sparked this thought.
What do you got?
Short yardage. Fourth and 2 and better.
I got that. I got those numbers.
3rd and 2. 30, like anything 2 yards or better, but throughout his entire career. That'd be interesting. Like, because last year they struggled in short yardage. And it was evident how even when they would get certain first downs in short yardage, it was a struggle to do it.
Well, they were trying to do the wild Heine.
And they did the wacky Harburg crap.
That's the wild Heine. They did the wild Heine. It didn't work.
Even when they would throw Emmett in there, sometimes it wouldn't work, though. It didn't work.
That was
against Penn State.
When people said they didn't need the kid from Miami, right? That was the one spot
Marty
they could
Brown.
have used him. They could have used him, Marty, in the low red zone and short yardage. They could have used him then.
Or Dowdell.
Or even Dowdell, yeah. I mean, in terms of guys, they looked at bringing in Marty, and people say, well, they didn't need him anyway. They would have needed him in that situation, those situations. So.
Michael Severe, the executive director of the Jet Award Foundation, doing the Lord's work in terms of getting all the statistics when it comes to Dana Holgerson. You are the man. I appreciate you greatly. Right. I will talk to you next week, my friend.
Bye-bye. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye. Coming up next, we do the odd news here on Middays with Matt on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
All righty, Josh Hodson, what do we have today in this long weekend? It's a long weekend, so a lot of opportunity for a lot of people to do some dumb things because more people were out in a boot on Sunday. What happened across the country?
Well, we had a big event over the weekend. It was the now they said that this was going to happen. I don't know, 6 months ago, maybe a year ago, and I said
I saw this.
That'll never happen.
Yeah.
They'll never do that. Well, they proved
it.
me wrong
They
and
did
did the steroid Olympics over the weekend.
Yeah.
The enhanced games were held in Vegas. The no-holds-barred sporting competition drew headlines for allowing track athletes, swimmers, weightlifters to use PEDs.
Mm-hmm.
The edgy experiment offered cash prizes in exchange for shattering world records and forcing humans to rethink what the possibility is in these events. Well, shocker, it did not pan out. Turns out only one world record was broken over the weekend.
And barely, by the way.
The
was it the freestyle was broken by like 0.03 seconds?
Yeah. I think you're spot on.
Yeah. So
there.
I have a couple of thoughts on here actually, because I read a very interesting article about it. I think, yes, on the surface level, when you make an enhanced game and you go, we're allowing everybody to use PEDs with the hope of breaking a bunch of world records to, maybe do a FU to whatever, maybe you're trying to make a statement. When you market it like that and then you don't end up breaking a lot of world records, it doesn't look all that great. I don't want to, it's maybe a weird stance by me to come in defense of the enhanced games, but I do want it to make clear that a lot of these athletes that were performing in this were older. They were past their prime. They had competed Olympics, and that's plural, Olympics ago. And the reason why they were willing to do this was because once you take all of this crap, all the HGH and the all the steroids and performance enhancing drugs, you're not allowed to be in that pool anymore, right? So you kind of excommunicate yourself in a way from being able to compete at a high level. And a lot of these older athletes out of their prime are willing to do that. And so I think, you're not necessarily taking athletes in their prime and juicing them up. You're taking older athletes and juicing them up, which is why I think they didn't get the results they wanted.
And now maybe that you've proven that, yes, we will actually do this, maybe you can get a better pool of athletes.
But you know what?
Forward.
As long as, the people are healthy afterwards, and apparently some of them were like, I've never felt better in my life. So good for them. It was an interesting experiment. It failed, but I don't think I think there's some context to it. I hope I provided that. One more odd news story.
One more. We go to Scotts Bluff, Nebraska.
Whoa!
That's
a
right.
local odd news. Is this a truck spill of the week?
No.
Okay.
Well, something spilled at the truck stop here. Shortly after noon on Saturday, officers with the Scotts Bluff Police Department responded to shortstop. An individual had been shot by a BB gun.
Oh, wow.
Investigation showed that a gun was left on the seat of a car, and the owner's dog triggered the shotgun to fire and strike a passerby.
That's
Everybody's
so rough.
Everybody's okay, but
talk about being in the doghouse after.
Boom!
Bang! Come on,
that was right there.
That sucks.
Yes.
If you were to get hit by the BB gun, how mad would you be?
Oh, I'd be pretty mad.
Okay.
Because I'm just walking by trying to do my own thing.
That's such a tough spot to be in, because it's like you're really mad and you're hurting, but you're also like, accidents happen and everybody wants to lean on you like accidents happen. But it's like, no, dude, this sucks. It's a tough spot. Tough spot to be in. It was a tough spot to be in if you were Mia Williams, Jason Williams' daughter, if you were in Gainesville. We'll talk about that in softball and Nebraska softball going to the Women's College World Series coming up next year on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, the NBA and NHL playoffs are still going on. I had a fun game yesterday between Montreal and who did they play? Who were they playing? Carolina Hurricanes. The Hurricanes ended up winning in overtime. Hell of a screen, by the way, by Sebastian Aho on the final goal of the game. Dobish, the Montreal Canadian goalie, had an absolutely phenomenal game. Game 5 tonight of the NBA Finals. I mean, the Western Conference Finals between the San Antonio Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder is taking place tonight, 7:30 tip on NBC. And with the NHL and NBA playoffs going on, we want to remind you about the Peak Playoffs giveaway. It is peak playoff season. It really is. We're in the conference finals, baby. This is like we're finally, we get really excited about the quarterfinals, and then I feel like we kind of slog through the end of the quarters and into the semis, but now we are in the conference finals, and you could watch all the big games in Sky with a $250 Twin Peaks gift card. Enter online at 1620thezone.com now to go ahead and win a $250 Twin Peaks gift card. Tim Verghese is going to join us in about 10-ish minutes here on Middays with Matt. Quick little story, and then we'll talk a little bit about Nebraska softball going to the College World Series. Going to take on the Arkansas Razorbacks on Thursday at 8:30 is when that game will be played. We'll have it here on 1620 The Zone. Awesome job by everybody on the ones and twos, including my producer, Josh Odson, for putting all of that together. Kudos to you. It's going to be awesome for everyone here in the Metro to be able to listen to the Women's College World Series with Nebraska. And it's another team that will be in the Women's College World Series is the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Now, interesting story coming out of the Gainesville Regional between Florida and Texas Tech. Now, I've always been Mr. like Debbie Downer when it comes to athletes having children, because I'm like, breaking. Athletes have kids. Kid is really good athlete, like I get it. Like whoever could have thought that athletes have children and those children get those God-given abilities from their parents. Like it's going to be ridiculous when Marcus Spears' kid is going to be the number 1 pick in the draft in a couple of years because he's awesome at basketball. Well, breaking. Marcus Spears was an insane athlete who played 120 games in the NFL, and his, the kid's mom played in the WNBA. Yeah, the kid's going to be a pretty athletic dude. Funny enough, I do like it though when you find out they're like, oh, really? Like, okay, they're there. I didn't know that was the thing. Mia Williams is a very good softball player for Texas Tech. She is the daughter of Jason Williams, the well-known point guard and now like Barstool sports star, Jason Williams. That kind of just happened.
White chocolate?
Out of nowhere. Yeah. Oh, he's a big deal on Barstool right now. Barstool is actually going to be at the College World Series, at the Women's College World Series, documenting Jason Williams following his daughter, Mia Williams. So funny enough, though, for people, you might be able to put the pieces together if you're a ball knower here. Texas Tech, Mia Williams on the team playing Florida. Well, you know where Jason Williams played basketball? Florida Gator. He played at Florida. So his daughter, Mia, also played at Florida for that softball team until she transferred to Texas Tech. In those 2 games they played, or 3 games rather, you know how many times Mia Williams got hit against Florida?
It was a lot.
5 times. They plunked her 5 times. Well, you know what Mia Williams said? She had 2 go-ahead 2-run homers in those games. She was absolutely phenomenal. Led the Texas Tech Red Raiders to get to the Women's College World Series. She got hit 5 times. There was so much chirping, so much yelling. At one point, Jason Williams got kicked out of the game, much like Trey Fromm.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, when did the DX chop become such an egregious thing?
There had to be a little something more going on.
Come
there,
on.
Right?
I mean, Trey, I stand with you, Trey. I stand with you. Nothing bad about do it. Bang, bang, bang. And if you're not down with that, I got 2 words for you. Jordy Fromm. All right? That's what I got. We stand with Trey. Come on. I mean, anyway, Mia Williams hits 2 home runs versus Florida. A lot of chirping back and forth between the parents and players of Texas Tech and the Gators and whatnot. Florida refused to shake hands at the end of the regional.
Texas Tech, after winning the Gainesville Regional, comes out to shake the hands of the Florida Gators. They go back into the dugout. They go back to the locker room. No shaking of hands. So then Texas Tech, people started taking shots at Texas Tech because they were talking trash to all the Florida Gator fans. I'm going to be real with you. I stand with Texas Tech. You can't hit my player 5 times and then go and then be chirping me all game. And then when we go and shake your hands, you're the ones. I would, in this whole argument here, if I was Texas Tech, like I would think that Texas Tech would be the team to not shake hands. You know, I would think that Texas Tech is like, nah, dude, you hit one of our great players 5 times. We don't want to deal with you. The fact that Florida didn't shake hands was quite something. I just want to add context to all this because the Red Raiders were getting dogged on for how they were talking trash to fans when they were celebrating punching their ticket to Oklahoma City. I think they were well within their right. I think they were well within their right with everything that happened over that weekend, and they'll be going to Oklahoma City with a very, 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 very good softball team and a chance to win it all. You know who has a chance to win it all? The Nebraska Cornhuskers. The Oklahoma State head coach said it himself. Nebraska, what a weekend. Jordy Fromm, nails once again. Alexis Jensen, incredible. I mean, we're talking over and over again about, you know, when Jordy leaves, who can be the next Jordy? When Jordy goes, like, who's going to be that person to carry the torch? I think that person's already on their roster. I think Alexis Jensen is already that type of player. I mean, she's absolutely phenomenal already, you know, just a freshman making massive waves in college softball. And then Hannah Kaur, what a performance, both in the outfield, but also at the plate, hitting that homer not too far after she made that diving catch in center field. When I went to that game when they played Iowa at Bowling Stadium, that one game I went to, it was the first time that I had, you know, I had watched them play earlier in the year and I had watched them on TV, but it was the first time I saw them in person. And I asked them, they go, who's 23 in the outfield? Because she is just an athlete who, by the way, she's the only other player on Nebraska softball team who's been to the College World Series, Hannah Kaur. She was with Oklahoma when they made a trip a couple of years back. She's one of those players where she sticks out just in terms of her athletic ability, but has some pop at the plate as well. She showed it against Okie State, but also just her ability to roam the outfield. You know, Nebraska, this softball team, they're just so complete top to bottom. They can hit the ball for contact. They can hit the ball for power. They got 2 great pitchers and a really, really good defense. And Hannah Kaur is a part of that. I'm glad that she got her flowers and with her phenomenal play against Oklahoma State at Bowling Stadium. And another great comment. I mean, that we want to talk about great atmospheres, and we want to talk about how certain conferences have certain types of atmospheres and so on and so forth and whatnot. Bowling Stadium, man, looked like the peak of atmospheres when it comes to softball. I mean, it was absolutely incredible how many people were there, how much energy there was, how much cheering there was. I'm excited to see. I'm very curious, and I'm excited to see how many people go down to Oklahoma City to cheer on softball. They deserve it. Rhonda Revelle and her staff going back to the College World Series for the first time in 13 years. You know, not a ton, only 2 players on this Nebraska team who've actually been to Oklahoma City, who have experienced that weekend. And so you hope that they can get acclimated pretty quickly to that. But they haven't shown any reason to not get pretty acclimated quickly to it. I mean, they've dominated through their pitching all the way to Oklahoma City, and they've beaten some of the best teams. I mean, the one thing that Rhonda Revelle can look at her team in the eyes and say, guys, all year, we have competed with and beaten the best in this sport. This isn't just some run that Nebraska is going on at the end of the year. No, they have been one of the best teams all season long. They have a national championship roster, and they play their first game on Thursday at 8:30. You can listen to it here on 1620 The Zone. How awesome is that? Can't wait to see all of that go down. All right, let's talk to our favorite recruiting man, Mr. Tim Verghese of Inside Nebraska and Rivals, who Rivals now has Nebraska as the 14th best recruiting class in the country after a string of of big recruit gets for Mr. Wade. We talk about it with Timmy V coming up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
We bring on this next guest for a variety of reasons, but probably the number one reason is so he tells me how to properly pronounce some of these recruits' names. It's Mr. Tim Verghese from Inside Nebraska and Rivals. Timmy, how are you?
How we doing?
Okay. Jordan Agbanama. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you say it? Agbanama? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Agbanoma. I would be Agbanoma.
Okay. Agbanoma. Good to know. All right. Mark that down. Timmy Aliu?
Timmy Aliu.
Timmy Aliu. Okay, there we go. I don't get any phonetic here, and there's just a lot of consonants and whatnot, so I got to guess. Timmy Aliu. All right, beautiful. Did you think that Jeep Wade, and we got to give credit to Lonnie Teasley, he's there too, but did you think Jeep would be this good at recruiting when he first got to campus?
I mean, so for some of these guys, these were some of the priority targets that Wade emphasized and made important upon taking the job. I would say what's surprising for me is getting both Aliu's recruitment and Agbanoma's recruitment, getting it done before official visits. With Aliu, there had been a discussion. I think we talked about it even last week on the show. There had been a discussion between him and his camp about potentially accelerating a decision, but it was largely because of Florida's growing offensive line class and some pressure to potentially join that class. Jeep Wade stayed on it. He's been on top of this for over the last few weeks. This is a recruitment where Nebraska's led. I mean, pretty much since he got back to campus for Junior Day back in Feb, he came out of that visit stating on the record that Nebraska was the leader. They'd been the leader. They were at the top of this recruitment. Florida had worked to close that gap in recent weeks and recently went in home with him. But Wade, and I think his unrelenting effort in this one keeps Nebraska at the top and gets this done before he even gets a chance to set out on official visits. Look, you had Florida involved. Georgia was hoping to get him on campus next one. Clemson had just offered and had set up an official visit for this coming weekend. Obviously, that visit's not going to happen anymore. Yeah. But to get this done before OV season, I think is really impressive. With Agbanoma, even more so, because this was one where, I fully expected OVs to happen. I thought OVs were needed to create some separation between that top three of Texas A&M, Georgia, and Nebraska. He had just unofficially visited Georgia, his final unofficial visit of this offseason before OVs and then an expected decision. Instead, he gets done with that last unofficial visit at Georgia, hopped on the phone with Nebraska and decided, what am I waiting on? Like, what am I really waiting on? I have this opportunity here to go to a program I'm pretty comfortable with, to play alongside a teammate in Katie Jones, who followed him in committing a day later. So to get both of these recruitments, and obviously the third in Jones, to get these three recruitments done, to get, I mean, the bulk of this offensive line recruiting, the bulk of offensive line recruiting here in 2027 now is done. I mean, you're at a point now where you can turn and look at the board heading into official visit season and say, you know what? Barry Cottrell, you want to go? I mean, he wants to officially visit Iowa. He's going to officially visit Nebraska. You could see Tennessee or a couple other programs get a visit. He's no longer a must-have target. You would certainly hate to lose, an in-state legacy talent to Iowa or anybody else. But you're at a point now where you can say, you know what, Barry, if you don't want to be here, that's fine. We have, three interior offensive line or three prospects committed who could play along the interior of the line, two in Katie Jones and Jordan Agbanoma, we see as instant impact contributors.
Well, that's the thing too, where it's like you look at Cottrell, right? Ashland Greenwood, what you're referring to, in-state recruit. Right now, according to Rivals, he's got a 97.6 prediction rate to go to Nebraska. So it'll be interesting to see, does Nebraska close in on that? Or you're right, do they just say, hey, it's up to you. Obviously, we're going to still honor the offer, but it's not. It's incredible how quick this thing flipped, because Nebraska, you could say, went from being like offensive line drought. Like they didn't really they needed to get these things done. They needed to get some O-linemen in this class, and they got it done with three guys from Georgia too, and two very, very high level commits and an interesting prospect in Katie Jones. I was going to ask you, they still have more offensive line visits coming in. I forget the name, but they got a 5-star coming in, Albert Simeon, right, from Louisiana. Yeah. He's supposed to come on a visit. Are those, I mean, is Simeon, he's a 5-star guy, is that something they're looking at? Or are they just taking a look? Do they have a chance? Same thing with Kyler Kuhn as well. He's supposed to come through. He's from Kansas. What is the update there on their offensive line visits, and could there be any more? I guess you kind of said they could back off a little bit, but in terms of Simeon, the 5-star, where are we at in terms of that recruitment?
Yeah, they're still looking for 1-2 offensive linemen if they can get them. And, Simeon is obviously one of those guys they'd love to have battling Texas A&M, battling Notre Dame and LSU in that recruitment. Notre Dame's been the program, I would say, has the most noise heading into OV season. I think Texas A&M can't be counted out. They're going to make a run in OV season as well. LSU, the in-state program, also in the mix. I would say Nebraska is running 3rd or 4th in this recruitment heading into OVs, but they've got him to campus 4 times. It's going to be visit number 5 for him, this official visit. So there's some established comfort on campus. He's in regular contact with Trey Taylor and some of the top commits in the 2027 cycle. Got a good relationship with Jordan Agmanoma and Timmy Liu through visits. And so, Nebraska is going to push. They're going to get him to town June 5th through the 7th. They're going to make a run at him. We'll see. There's some ground to make up. They're going to have to kind of keep working on him, keep chipping away through official visit season before getting him to campus, after getting him to campus, with a decision expected later this summer. And then with Kuhn, that's another one. That's a battle that remains tense. Nebraska wanted a center this cycle, so they go out and they secure K.D. Jones. That said, Kuhn is another one they see potentially playing center at Nebraska, and one that they're not going to let up on, even though they have Jones's commitment. This is a battle. Remains very tight. Remains, I would say it's Iowa, it's Missouri, it's Penn State. It's those 4 programs in the mix. If you include Nebraska in there, all those programs expected to get official visits. Nebraska set to get them to campus June 12th through the 14th. That one remains tight. Heading into OV season. I think both of these recruitments remain tight. I would say going into this, I feel better about Nebraska's chances of getting over the top with Kuhn than I do with Simeon, but they're going to make a run at both, and Cottrell as well. I mean, they do want another offensive lineman in this cycle. If it's Kuhn and Cottrell, they'd like that. If it's Kuhn and Simeon, they'd love that. They are open to how this thing plays out now, and they're in a position to be kind of open to how this plays out with what they've already done. Landing the 3 in the llast week, like we talked about.
Tim, do you want a macro college football question, or do you want more recruiting questions? I'll let you take your pick.
We can go macro.
Okay. I'm going to lay it out for you. What do you think of this 2014 playoff? Like, do you buy this whole argument of we want more games that matter later into the year, or are you kind of on the side of the SEC? We see a ton of quotes coming out from coaches being like, it's okay that it's hard to make the playoff. That's a fine thing to have in this sport. Your take on this push from the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12 to get 2014 playoff?
So here's what I think. I can't say one way or the other what I think is right or wrong. I would say I think we're going to get 24 down the line, but that said, if we do, I would like it. Ideally, I would say you bridge it a little bit where you don't make the jump from 12 to 24. You make a slight jump and you work into it,
you ease into it. So you go 12 to 16 and then let 16 kind of ruminate for a little bit, and then you go to 24.
That's what I would say. And
I don't mind. I don't mind that as much as the alternative of going 12 to 24 straight up. I think that'd be crazy.
Right. And I would recommend, I would honestly recommend if you do this, maybe see how 16 works and see, okay, is an expansion needed? Because here's what I ultimately believe. Every year there are 4 to maybe 5 teams that can actually win a national championship in a given college football season. And it doesn't really matter how much we expand it. I think we're going to get 2 to 3 of those teams there at the very end. I think you're going to get to a point where, if you hit 24, if you expand even further from there, then there's going to be some. I think the gap between those top 4 to 5 and some of those, the next, 4 to 7 teams, I would say, is not very big. But at the end of the day, I still think every year we're going to get, and you look at, until we get a cap on this financially, there's going to be a point where you have, your Texas Techs and your Miamis, your Texas A&Ms, I would throw them in there, your LSUs, these programs that spend a lot of Indiana, Ohio State, these programs that spend a lot of money, Texas that spend a lot of money, they're going to be in that top group year in and year out, some of them more often than most. And those are the teams that have a real shot at winning it. And I think some of some of this is pitched on, and some of the push from college coaches has been, hey, you expand this to 24, all of a sudden I have a real shot. Me, ACC school, me, Big 12 school, me, number 6 or 7 Big 10 school, have a shot at making the playoffs pretty consistently, and all of a sudden, hey, I can look at, this helps my contract. This helps me on the recruiting
There you
trail.
go. Thank you, Tim.
Yep.
Thank you. Someone finally says it. Thank you.
It's simply just about the perception of making the playoff, not about actually, hey, do we have a shot at winning this thing?
There you go. Praise you, Tim Verghese, for finally saying the quiet part out loud, because I was reading an article today about everything that's going on with the Sankey and expanding the 24 team and everything like that. And in the article, it goes, well, the College Football Coaches Association, agrees with the expansion of 24. Well, I wonder why, Tim. I wonder why. I wonder, it's a lot easier to keep your job when you can say, well, I made the playoff, how can you fire me? I'm a playoff coach, So it's one of those things where it's like, it just seems like everybody has an ulterior motive as to why they want to go to 24. And it has nothing to do with the quality of play. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with what every other stakeholder has, what's in it for them. And somehow, and out of all of this, Verghese, Greg Sankey in the SEC probably seems like they're like they have the least amount of blood on their hands. Is probably the best way of saying it. They have the least amount of ulterior motive, and somehow I'm Team Sankey, which I never thought I would be.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would say this in general when we talk about expansion and we talk about the different schools of thought out there. I have found myself aligning more with Sankey than
me too.
On most of this than I do. With the executives of the Big Ten, the executives of the SEC, I think they have the best plan for this in terms of laying out what this should look like moving forward. Truly do believe the SEC has the best plan. Now, some of that comes from they are working to somewhat overhaul the sport in a way to where the SEC is benefiting from this again. Where they see this, they see the Big Ten as the program, that's running things in college football right now. So they absolutely see it. They want to shift things and balance the playing field. Sure, certainly more in their favor, but a lot of what Sankey and the SEC has laid out in terms of how they view the future of the sport going is, in my opinion, the best way that you create something of an even table. Because the other argument, the other reason why some of these coaches are pushing for the 24 team as hard as they are is because of that. Like I said, they see this spending that's going somewhat unchecked, and they say, okay, well, look, we're never going to be able to compete with the top 4 to 5 teams, that are spending, 30, 40 plus million per year, on the roster, like that are bringing in these crazy rosters. But if we just get a shot at slipping in, we can say we're a playoff team, and any one year we can just cast this team on the right day, if we can just cast this team on the right day, we can bet them. We just want that shot at getting at them. Yeah. So for some coaches, and some administrations, it's their way of saying, this is how we even the playing field, in this NIL era. We flood the.
Yeah, keep going. You're doing great.
It's just we flood the field. We flood the field with competition. We make it harder for you to make it to the end.
Yeah.
But I think what a lot of these people forget is the rosters that are spending the most also typically have the depth that is needed to make a run that you're going to have to make within 2014 playoff. You have to have depth to do this, and to have that depth in this day and age, you have to have deep pockets, and so, or you have to be able to develop. It's one or the other, and so there's some teams that absolutely see this as a benefit, to see this as, hey, look, I'm going to have a shot at making the college football playoff, and that's all they see it as. They don't see it as a shot at, okay, well, now I have a shot at taking down Indiana.
Sure.
No, they don't think they have a shot at doing that.
Here, Tim, you put it so eloquently and perfectly. I don't need more puncher's chances teams in the college football playoff. I don't. I don't need.
We've gotten enough of them.
Yeah, we're good. I mean, the last 2 years have been great for the committee and great for 12, right? They made a controversial decision to put in Miami last year when Notre Dame didn't lose, and they put Miami in over them. Miami made it to the national championship. Ohio State was an 8th seed and won the national title. 12 has looked great the last 2 years. That looks like a really good number. I just don't. I don't need more teams in there that go, oh, well, we probably can't win it all, but maybe we catch them. That's not what this is about. That's not what a playoff should be about. So, and I don't think football's, I don't know. There's interesting quotes coming out from the SEC. We're going to read them later on the show, but I'd love to have a longer convo with you about all of this, because I know you're very, very tuned in on this stuff, and you know a lot of people who have differing opinions and points of view. And so we appreciate you coming on the show. As always, our recruiting expert, really just college football expert, Tim Verghese of Inside Nebraska Rivals. My friend, I will talk to you soon, bud.
Always a pleasure. We'll talk soon.
Always a pleasure as well. Tim Verghese of Inside Nebraska Rivals. We bring on another big guest coming up here in studio. Marty Cordero, the president of the Omaha Storm Chasers, joins us with a nice little goodie bag and all of the promotions and things that you can enjoy at Werner Park coming up this summer. It is summer now. I mean, it is. We are in it, baby. We are fully in it. MC coming up next here on Middays with Matt. Gonna make sure we don't knock anything over here in the studio. We have a lot of very valuable video because Marty Cordero, the president of the Omaha Storm Chasers, joins us. We've been doing this every couple of weeks. You come in, you give us a bunch of goodies, things to look out for. We have you're crumpling up the plaster right there, but I want to remind you, we got your mug club back over there. And what are you showing the camera right now?
Well, this is the hockey.
Look at that hockey jersey.
Runs a hockey jersey.
That's sweet.
First 1,000 will get.
That's hot.
This is yours.
Whoa!
And
J.O.
Wow.
Manny Mac.
And I got you a medium over here. So
okay, well, you know me. Come on. Well, sweaters are pretty big on me. I've always.
There we go. But first 1,000 fans runs a night.
Yeah.
This Saturday, 5 o'clock gates though. 6:05 first pitch. 5 o'clock gates. We're back to our regular Saturday schedules now.
And first couple, how many thousand again?
First 1,000 fans. First 1,000. So if you want one of these, they'll go fast. It's runs a night. And before I forget, because I get so excited talking with you guys, today is our Runza Temperature Tuesday, and it runs until 11:59. And the temperature this morning at 6 a.m. was 62 degrees, so it's $6.20 tickets plus fees and taxes. So I think it's $9 and change, though.
All right,
you can get a baseline box ticket for runs a night and get in line. You get one of these jerseys. There'll be 500 or 600 Runza sandwiches that will be available while supplies last. There'll be Runza Rex. Runza will be giving away items. The team will be playing in these jerseys on the field.
Yeah, show them. Those are nice. I like the different, so the quad color there. You go dark yellow, light yellow, lighter yellow, and then white, the green.
And we'll get Alex in here later this year to talk about designing
these.
It's
a very interesting design. I feel like you can mess up that type of jersey design with two different colors. Like sometimes they just mess up the shades. That's a nice.
I think it's tonal. Maybe it's tonal. Maybe I don't know. We'll have Alex in. He's
the one.
He's the design guy.
Josh's wife might be listening. She might know where you have monochromatic when you wear the same color but in different shades or whatnot.
Or it can end up looking like an Astros stripe where it's like, that was supposed to be a gradient.
Was that the inspiration?
No, that was one of. It was either year 1 or year 2 was the Astros Runza jersey, and that's actually the one that I bought to help support the food bank. So the fans that night will be able to bid on these jerseys during the game and go down on the field. And 100% of those proceeds go to benefit Food Bank for the Heartland and help with food insecurity in the area.
All right, I'll tell you what I like about this sweater. I'll tell you what I like about this. So sometimes hockey sweaters are a little bit too heavy. Like they're just a little.
That's a baseball summer weight.
This is, you can wear this straight up and you'll be totally fine. Like this is really good for the summer. You can't wear hockey jerseys in the summer. You can wear this hockey jersey in the summer.
And you know what it screams?
What does it scream?
Runza.
Yes, it does.
It looks a little like Minnesota North Star jersey is kind of what it looks like.
I was thinking Packers.
Yeah,
Packers, North Stars. Yeah.
Don't. First off, it doesn't scream Packers. You know why it doesn't scream Packers? Because there's only one color on a Packer uniform. All right, it's just straight up green with white numbers, or it's white with green numbers. Okay, they don't have any yellow except for on the pants, so it doesn't scream Packers.
And the helmet.
Yeah, and the helmet. The Packers white jerseys are pretty sick.
But I digress.
Sure.
You just can't bring up that word. You can't say that word to me, and you can't tell me that I look like them. I'm going to get very upset about it, but I'm not upset that you're here. Let's talk some things about Warner Park. First off, skate baseball. Team clap for skate baseball. Great job.
Oh, I didn't clap with you. One more time.
Okay. So we do team clap, and then we go 3, 2, 1, and then we clap. All right, ready?
Let's do it.
Team clap. Great job.
Got it.
All right, 3 great games on Saturday.
Yeah, the whole week was awesome. Colton and the NSAA staff did a great job. He manages a lot because, when you're trying to find fields that are available and can weather the weather.
Yeah, literally.
Papio South, Fricky Field, obviously our partners at UNO, Warner Park. So having 3 classifications all going on at the same time.
That's a lot, man.
Spread out. It is a lot. And obviously we had some weather challenges on Monday.
Yeah.
We played with a rolling schedule. And then due to the forecast of weather on Friday, they moved the championship round to Saturday, which was a little tricky with staffing and then Nebraska Public Television televising those games. So there were a lot of moving parts. But, they moved it. And could we have played Friday? Yeah, probably could have gotten them in. There may have been a delay for the night game. But look, Saturday, I was I was jealous. My youngest graduated from high school. Not that I didn't want to be at your graduation, Cass, but anyway, but I was jealous because these community events at Werner is one of the reasons why. Hey, Josh, you remember the stories back in 07, 08, 09 on why. I don't want to get back to the 2 stadium conversations, but we wanted the opportunity to do special events and to host state baseball and to do things outside of just Storm Chasers. And this, there was, I don't know, it was a little shy of 5,000 for the finals that day. Okay. And we drew almost 12,000 for the week at Werner. And it was great, and 2 of the 3 games went extra innings.
Yeah.
And you want to see that. All 3 games were close.
Yeah.
And, ultimately, the clubs that came out on top were the state champs.
So what I just appreciate so much about this state is how they do the state championships for all the sport, like for a wide ranging amount of sports. Like they matter. Like,
they
putting
do.
soccer in Morrison Stadium seems like it matters. Wrestling at the Chai, I mean, the amount of people who tell me how great that event is and how much they enjoy it, and putting it at Werner Park with your professional team where you guys know what they're doing, it makes it matter. So I've always appreciated how it seems like there's a lot of time, effort, and thought. And I come from a city, we don't give a rat's ass about our state championships. We really don't. We just find
every one of those venues could say, no, you're not playing that here. No. Dream smaller.
But but for me, like in Chicago, it's just kind of like, all right, we got to find a campus and we got to put it on. There's no hoopla. There's no, there's just not a lot.
It's not about the experience
at all. They just go, hey, we did it in Northern Illinois this year. Let's go to Champaign. Here, there's a process.
Well, I tell you, and I think that because the venues have the shared vision with the state, because the reason for the weather change with state baseball last week was because of the NSAA wanting the experience of the championship for the players and coaches and parents and family to be one of the highest level. So, number one, you need to give them credit, but yes, you're right. You have to have willing venues and willing partners. And you get that in the state of Nebraska. And I think it kind of goes along with the philanthropic community spirit that Omaha has and in the eastern part of the state. We should be that way because we have the venues where the rest of the state really doesn't have that.
All right, let's talk about alternative baseball. This is something that
boom ball.
I didn't know these things existed until you came into my life, Marty Cordero, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Boom.
Which part? That I came into your life or didn't know they existed?
I think we're debating all of those aspects.
Okay, that's fair.
Now. But currently I'm wearing a Runza hockey jersey, so I should be very, very thankful you came into my life. Boom ball. What the hell?
Yeah,
what is this? I mean, I know what it is because I'm on boomballtour.com looking at the rules. It's something.
It is. And 2 weeks ago, I was here and we recapped Cosmic, and I also admitted that I wasn't a fan until the lights went off. I would tell you with this, I'm a little bit more open-minded.
Well, because what the gate might look like.
Well, that
I know, man.
But just from the experience perspective, and will the gate be the same? I don't know. In some markets they've done 4,000, 5,000 tickets, so they're not exactly selling out at this point in time. But they've only done 4 markets so far, and they just announced a number more. And they'll be here August 15th. So if you're interested, it's a lottery type system, much like Banana and much like Cosmic.
Really?
So if you're
lottery.
If you're listening, go out there and get signed up. But I think it's fairly quick. And last night, I think they sold almost 2,000 tickets last night with on sale on holiday. So there's 6,000 and change tickets left.
These MFers are a draw.
Yes.
I mean, they're a draw. You're a draw, baby. I'm Dusty Rhodes right now. They're a draw. I don't know what to say. Boom ball. I can see it on the grandstand, baby.
It will be fun. Different rules each inning. Different rules each inning.
So here's inning 1. Speed inning. A timed inning with no balls or strikes. And your own pitcher takes the mound in this wildly entertaining reinvention of baseball. Okay. Inning 2. Baseball meets obstacle course as players navigate physical challenges.
Okay.
Inning 3.
Is this American Gladiator already? Anyway, go ahead.
A second chance for an entertaining speed inning with a fresh twist to the rules. Inning 4. Softball showmanship with elite pitchers painting the corners. Inning 5. A
final speed inning with yet another twist to be named later, I guess. And inning 6, the Llamas and crew go head-to-head in an epic home run derby finale. Innings in game structure are subject to change, according to them.
I'm sure that they will, but
So maybe
between now and August, I'm sure they will.
There's a different twist every single time. Sometimes you get a hint of lemon. Sometimes you get a hint of lime.
August at Werner, though. I mean, ball carries.
Yes, it does.
The ball does carry.
Yeah, and it started carrying last homestand, and now we start tonight with Memphis. Cardinals are the second largest drawing when you talk about baseball, and we've talked about that. It doesn't the baseball and who we're playing.
I just want to talk
doesn't
gates
really
and
matter.
tickets with you. That's all.
I know.
I want to pretend we're in a Crockett, like creative meeting, and we're just talking about how we can get Harley Race here. That's just all I want to talk about.
Homestand coming up. You didn't get the Cole Reagan start on the road.
Yeah.
Any I heard he didn't bounce back very well, but any chance he'll be at Werner this week?
Haven't heard.
Okay.
I know that they shut him down for 3 days. I don't know what was considered day one. Was that the day after his start, or was it when he's was evaluated?
I'm
not
glad
sure.
I ask this question all the time, by the way, in sports. What is I'm glad the baseball man. I feel like I don't know. I'm like asking questions. I'm glad that's up in the air.
Yeah,
I never know.
I don't know what that means. So if if yesterday was day 1, today's day 2, and tomorrow's day 3, the earliest he could potentially make an appearance would be Thursday, maybe Friday, Saturday. But first off, we need to make sure that Reagan's is healthy from a Royals perspective, and they need him back in the rotation.
How they doing at home against the Yankees? I don't know what happened. I know they won the series against Seattle.
Well, they were up last night in the 9th.
Oh, is that why? That why Connor Happer tweeted out so dumb with no context?
Yes,
yeah. Okay. 3-2, and they gave up 2 in the top of the 9th to lose 4-3
again. That's April Royals. What are the Royals doing in May now? I'm worried about my team. I'm not really paying attention to anybody in the AL right now. I'm very worried about I don't think my team will ever win again.
Yeah, I think our team will win.
What can we expect this week?
Remember,
at the
I'm Cubs and Royals.
Yeah. What can we expect this week at the ballpark?
Tonight,
thank you, Josh.
saving us.
Literally.
3 canned goods tonight gets you in with a McDonald's Berm ticket.
That's not money. Those are cans.
Yeah, that's right. And it gets you in, and
money can buy you cans though in a bunch of different ways,
and help support Neighborhood Food Pantry down in Papillion. And then tomorrow night, bring your dog to the park, presented by Merck and
Connor Happer, anti-Connor Happer night.
That's right, anti-Connor Happer night. So dogs tomorrow night, and then $3 Thursday with $3.
What do you call it? Do you call it Bark at the Park?
Bark in the Park.
Bark in the Park.
Bark in the Park.
Oh, okay, you got to change it up a little.
Yeah.
Some people do bark at.
They do.
Park.
Yeah, pups at the pitch is what soccer does.
Pups at the pitch is a good one.
Yeah,
we got to think of a different way to say dogs in a ballpark next year.
Let's think about it.
Okay, let's think of we'll think tank maybe
pooches at the park.
No, I don't like pooches. I don't like pooches at all. Or the B word.
It's a family outing, Matt.
Bitches at the ballpark.
Matt. I'm not going there.
Come on.
Other than
that'd be good.
This man represents a brand.
Other than no.
I'm sorry. I'm just coming up with ideas. You can tell me no. That's my idea.
I think I figured out why I'm here every other week. He's moonlighting as a promotions.
This is my
He does have a lot of ideas.
Intern.
I am idea man
with a professional baseball team.
I am an idea man. This is like
notice
my pitch
keyword
to you.
intern.
I've been an intern a lot in my life. I could be an intern again. I'm telling you, you get me in that promotions meeting with the Omaha Storm Chasers. I could come up with one night that would be.
I tell you what, we're gonna have some fun. We'll have some different guests, coming up in a few weeks, and we'll.
Yes, I'm very excited.
We can talk promotions. We can talk marketing, and maybe even talk food again.
God, the team wiener. I thought about it last night. I was grilling brats, and I was like, I remember they brought in that team wiener from Warner Park, and that thing was delicious. That is one of the, I'm going to say it, that's the best ballpark food I've ever had. And they gave us a little quarter of the sandwich.
Yeah.
We had Chef Alex come in. The way that he was talking about how important it was to find the vessel in order to carry that entire thing. There's nothing better than French bread. You just give me a French bread sandwich, I will eat that all day.
Toasted.
Incredible stuff.
Toasted.
Incredible stuff.
Polish.
So maybe you just
4 feet of meat. On
just
that.
Just bring back.
Excuse me.
I'm
4 pounds.
I'm
not 4 feet. 4 pounds, 2 feet of meat.
Okay. I'm glad we got the measurements.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get it right here. Chef Joey would get me.
Dude, it's one hell of a night. We should just have him bring that back. How about just 8 team wieners? You just bring all the team wieners, and that's all I eat for a week. How about that promotion?
Okay.
All Matt McMaster does is eat team wieners for a week.
Okay, well
we'll do it for charity.
That's on Thursday. We have $3 hot dogs, $3 beers.
We'll be out
$3
there
tickets
at some point this
We
summer.
will. June 10th.
Good bit.
July 29th and September 2nd.
Okay, so those are the day games.
Those are the day games.
Okay.
The second, I remember all the dates because the second is my mother's birthday, and then the 10th is 3 days before the College World Series. So that should be will be baseball. There'll be a lot of baseball.
I'll make sure I join you guys. I'll be in town that week, and June 10th is great. And if I can corral our outgoing CFO, Lori Schlender, is retiring on June 10th. Former GM of the club and has worked.
Team clap for Lori.
Yeah,
3, 2, 1.
She's the longest current tenured employee with the club, even before I was here. So,
wow.
Yeah, that'll be. So I'll see if I can.
We'll have a celebration for Lori.
Yeah, it will be. It's gonna be a great day. Be a great day.
Hey, thank you so much for coming in.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you coming in here, promoting your club, and also talking and educating us on everything that's going on in and around Warner Park and dealing with my silly ass. So I appreciate you very much. You're the best. We'll see you here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So excited. By the way, these sweaters
they're
nice.
Saturday night.
Saturday night runs a night.
Saturday night runs a night.
Mark it down on your calendar. 3-can night tonight, though.
Yes.
Get in there.
Sponsored by our good friends at ConAgra. And Neighbor Good is a relatively new food pantry. It's in Papillion and Sarpy County area. A lot of people don't think of food insecurity in Sarpy. It's there. And that's every Tuesday game, day or night. Fans can participate that way.
Marty Cordero, the president of the Omaha Storm Chasers. Thank you so much, my friend.
Yeah.
We will talk to you very soon. Coming up next, a lot of things are going on in the SEC right now. Talk about a quote dump that is coming from this meeting, which I didn't even think we knew was going on a year ago. To now, these meetings have become some of the more important things in college sports. That's where we currently are in college sports. Meetings amongst conferences are very important. Yuck indeed. Let's hit a break. Let's talk about that. Coming up next on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Hey, this week's zone deal is with Cheeseburgers, a takeout joint. Get two $25 vouchers for just $25, located in the Blackstone district at 4007 Farnham Street. From savory smash burgers to crispy chicken to all beef hot dogs and sides, Cheeseburgers, they do it all. In-store, order online for fast pickup or delivery, and download the new Cheeseburgers app for special deals to earn rewards. Listen all week to win sportsmanlike conduct for a chance to win $50 in gift vouchers to Cheeseburgers. You can always find more details at 1620thezone.com. Josh Hodson, what a fun day that we've had so far. Michael Severe joined us. Tim Verghese joined us. Marty Cordero had a great interview with us here detailing everything happening at Warner Park. Go ahead and make sure to go back and listen to all of our radio replays on our podcasting page. We'd appreciate that. One thing I don't appreciate, that's what's happened to college sports, is now these annual meetings of conferences are a big deal, and we're getting all of these different quotes and drops and opinions from a bunch of different coaches and from a bunch of different sources who are covering this annual meeting. Had a great conversation with Tim Verghese. I encourage you to go back and talk about it. But Tim brought up something that I noticed as well, and I wanted to talk about too, where coaches now, right, the Coaches Association, the College Football Coaches Association, they're all over the 2014 playoff. Well, why is that? Like, you got to ask yourself, well, why would we all, all the coaches be like, hell yeah, we want to have a 2014 playoff expansion? And, my biggest gripe with this entire college football talk is that there are a bunch of different players when it comes to having opinions and making decisions, right? There's a bunch of different groups that are involved here. The ACC, the Big 12, the Big 10, the SEC. Then you have, coaches. Then you have athletic directors. Then you have TV partners, right? Fox is a really big player in this. ESPN's a really big player in this. And my biggest gripe is that they all have different motives, none of which are providing the best possible viewing experience and just overall consumption experience for college football fans. And Mike Elko kind of just said the quiet thing out loud. This was him talking about college football playoff expansion. What does Mike Elko want? Bonus points, by the way, for him referring to himself in the third person. What does Mike Elko want? 40. Then I won't get fired. It's okay to make it hard to get to the playoff. I couldn't agree more. It just is one of those things where it's like everywhere you look, somebody else has a different opinion on what they should do in terms of this playoff. And no one is saying, well, guys, it's a better experience for viewing and following pleasure if we do this, except for one man. And it's Greg Sankey. I never thought that I would be in the world as a man who's grown up in the Big Ten, who loves the Big Ten, who has I have pride when it comes to the conference. I've always enjoyed watching, and it's the teams that I know the best. I never thought that we would be in what is basically a war between the SEC and the Big Ten and a cold war between Fox and ESPN. I didn't think we'd get here, all the way, 15 years ago. But I never thought that I'd be the one who's like, yeah, I'm cool. I like what the SEC is doing. I think the SEC is making the right decisions. I think the SEC is making the right call because this is what Greg Sankey said. And I like part of what I like Sankey said, what he said was, I'm not an opponent to 24. I'm not anti 24. I'm not telling you we can't do 24 and I'll never do 24. I'm just telling you we need to evaluate everything before we go ahead and jump and say, this is the number we want, and this is what we need to do. Here is his quote, start quote. When you start to quantify, you look at a certain number. What are games that might or that may have mattered in a smaller number under the scarcity principles of 12? All of those games are high leverage games for Oklahoma. Where you go to 24 and maybe one or two of those games don't matter in the same way. Rivalry games would matter, I would argue. But hey, if you've got somebody that needs to rest at the end of the regular season because they're in at 24, those are things that we want to try to understand. I think you can quantify that because we've done some of that work for our own purposes. In a long form way, and just to sum up what Sankey is saying, it's to sum up what we've been saying on the show here for the last week and a half. When you go from 12 to 24, you're not adding importance to games anymore. When you went from 2 to 4, you added importance to game, and you certainly added importance to games when you went from 4 to 12. But when you go from 12 to 24, you're not adding more importance. You're simply just taking away importance from games and putting it on other games. Back in the, let's just say in a 12-team playoff right now, I'm 9-0. Okay? My next 3 games still matter. Especially if I'm playing really good teams. My next 3 games really matter. I got to win at least one of those games to make the college football playoff. And I got to win about 2 to feel really, really good about it. And so if you're a top team in the top 12 of the college football playoff and you're 9-0 and you're playing some other really good teams, hey, the other really good teams that you're playing, those games are big marquee games. I'm talking about, number 1 Alabama versus number 8 Oklahoma. If Oklahoma wins this game, it solidifies that they're probably in the college football playoff. For Alabama, if they lose this game, they got a little bit of a buffer, but they can't drop the next 2. It's a real measuring stick to see who can be a national champion. 1 versus 8, week 10, big stuff, right? Same thing with Ohio State playing Penn State. Ohio State's ranked 2nd. Penn State's ranked 7th. It's week 10. This is a big game for both sides. If Penn State gets their butts whooped, maybe it's a bad enough loss for them to completely drop out of the 12-team pool. If you add that to 24, though, you make the college football playoff 24 teams. Well, 1 versus 8 and 2 versus 7 and week 10, it just doesn't have the same stakes because either team can win and either team can lose. And at that point, they're in the playoff anyway. It's 24 teams. I'm 9-0 to begin the year. I mean, there's no way I'm not making a 2014 playoff unless I absolutely collapse. I'm 8-1. There's no way. There's a very high likelihood I'm making a 2014 playoff, even if I stumble for the next 3 weeks. If you're 9-0, you can go 0-3 and you still make a 2014 playoff. Probably be like 18 or 19. You wouldn't get that by, but that's where we're at. Where you're 9-0 and you go 0-3, you're done. You're out. I can't. Sankey is the only one who's really standing up on the table being like, hey guys, like, is this the best product we could have? Is this the absolute best product that we can provide? Can we evaluate all of these aspects before we go, no, my TV partner Fox wants more games in their inventory? No, guys, my conference is pretty weak, and the more playoff spots that there are, the more teams in my conference can make the playoff and we can look better. No, guys. No. I'm a coach and I like my job and I want to hit my incentives more and I want to keep my job longer. Let's make a 2014 playoff so it's easier for me to do that. I love what Mike Elko said. I love it. I love the fact that he just said the quiet part out loud. Like, yeah, me as a coach, I want as many teams in there so I can just hang my head on that or hang my hat on that and say, yeah, I made the playoff. Why can you fire me? Here are a couple other quotes. We're just going to kind of roll through them in terms of what's being said. Kirby Smart has been saying a lot of things. We also got a pot shot from one SEC head coach to another SEC head coach.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, I can't. You're going to love this. The king of petty, Josh Hodson, is going to love what John Summerall said. Kirby Smart said he doesn't have conviction on a CFP format. He says, quote, "What's your main purpose? I do agree with Commissioner Sankey. We are not a tournament sport."
Tournament sport.
And that doesn't really equate to what 12 teams is still a tournament, Kirby. Like that's still you still got to go through a bracket.
You can
gotta beat.
Be so old that you remember bowl games and voters voting after the bowl. You're a tournament sport.
You're
baby.
a tournament sport. But I think he's more so saying like 64. Like, I think he's trying to more so come off.
Sure.
Like, I think he's more like, we're a sport that happens to have a tournament, but we're not a tournament sport. I think that's
the regular season still matters.
If I'm Kirby's PR, that's what I'm pushing out. I'm going, what Kirby is saying, there still needs to be some exclusivity to get into the tournament. By saying, if you're a tournament sport, maybe the exclusivity isn't fully there. We'll probably need to vet that. He continues, on the most important issues to address at SEC spring meetings, Kirby says, it can't always be what's best for self-preservation. It has to be what's best for the game. Amen. Amen to that.
Absolutely.
I mean, seriously, why? This is how bad the Big Ten has botched all this crap. And it's really Fox's fault because their dumbasses didn't bid on the college football playoff package, and now they're so upset about that they're having the Big Ten do their dirty work so they could get more inventory, so they can, broadcast these games. And they're so worried about the fact that Prime and Netflix and all and Peacock, they're all going to swoop in and take a lot of their NFL games when that contract potentially comes up in 2029. Right? Don't call me gutless. You have them do your dirty work. I mean, that's what Fox is doing. And somehow, some way, the SEC, the big bad wolf, the conference that was cheating before you could cheat, is the one that's like, no, guys, we probably should just make the best product for fans, because we are in an era of sport right now where a lot of people are making decisions unapologetically that do not and that are not made in the interest of fans. And you go through a lot of these decisions that we've made on leagues in the past couple of years. A lot of them haven't really had anything to do with, we want to make the sport as good as possible for the fan. The only sport that I can really think of that's been doing that consistently over the last couple of years is baseball. Baseball has made they banned the shift.
What do you guys want?
They made the throwing to first rule, right? The pitch clock. Can't change pitchers after a certain amount. They've done all of the things that they've needed to do to make the game better for the fan. And do you know who's benefiting from that? The fans and the league. The last couple of years have been really good for baseball in terms of keeping their popularity and even in some aspects raising their popularity. That's what happens when you serve fans, not when you serve yourself and you serve money. And the SEC, God bless them, seems like the only conference that's actually willing to stand up on the pedestal and be like, no, this isn't good for us. Kirby continues. My biggest concern for our sport is we're going to ruin all the other sports. We're going to lose that if we keep spending. And so he's referencing the non-revenue sports at schools. So he's saying, if we're doing 50, 60, $70 million rosters, eventually we're not just adding to our pool through the revenue that we're making. We're taking away from the other sports as well. And at a certain point, you might have, and you already are having athletic departments ask themselves, if the only money makers are basketball, football, what's the point of having all these other sports? That, I couldn't agree more with Kirby. Kirby's killing it right now. I mean, Kirby couldn't be more spot on in terms of the things that he's saying. And I think also, too, that Kirby has gone through a pretty unique experience as well in terms of, you read some of the articles in terms of the recruiting that they're doing. Georgia doesn't have the biggest budget. Georgia is not in the top half of the SEC in terms of spending, yet they're still getting top talent and they're still competing at the top heap of the SEC in college football. I mean, hell, they won the darn SEC championship game last year. It's one of those things where he's been through a very different experience than a lot of these other teams in terms of, he hasn't been LSU or Texas Tech, where they can just write blank checks for a bunch of guys and they got to bring them in. You read these articles, man, about their recruiting. They're doing quote unquote old school recruiting. They're using their merit. They're using their draft picks. They're using their national championships. They're using their wins. They're getting discounts on guys. They're busting their ass in order to keep themselves at the top of the heap in terms of talent. And still, he's talking about how they just don't have nearly as much depth as they used to. And that's still a problem for them, still an issue for them. We'll go ahead and go to the YouTube chat real quick. But before that, I want to read the pot shot.
Yeah.
The Florida's head coach. He said,
new guy.
He wouldn't have accepted another job if he wasn't allowed to coach Tulane in the playoffs. I was not going to leave my team to coach another team. That's not a shot at anybody.
Oh, okay. So it is a shot.
It's totally a
at
shot.
one guy in particular.
It's totally a shot. You can't say that's not a shot.
Wonder whom.
Yeah, and no, that is a shot. You can't say that, John. You can't go, I'm not going to leave my team to coach another team.
With all due respect,
that's what it is.
You're very fat. Like,
that's the funniest part too. When people go, with all due respect or no offense.
Yeah.
I don't think there's been a positive comment that has ever come after with all due respect.
No offense, but some people's players in this conference drive like maniacs and shouldn't be given driver's licenses.
Real quick. No offense does not make your comment. Like, that doesn't clear your comment.
Yeah.
If you tell me no offense, I'm still going to take offense to your comment if I find it offensive.
Well, I said no offense.
Yeah. No, that doesn't count. Okay.
I would agree.
That doesn't count. I'm not going to go, damn it, that was mean, but he said no offense.
I said no offense.
Okay. Well, I got to abide by no, I don't have to abide by any rule. If you're offensive, you're offensive.
It's not binding.
No offense.
It's not binding.
No offense. You suck at your job, Josh. All right. No offense, but we could use another program director. No offense, though. No offense.
None taken.
That's what Summerall said. Let's go to the YouTube comments here. PC goes, already put it on my calendar last week. We'll be initiating Matt into the Corn Dogs on Camera Club.
Don't do it, Matt.
I haven't had a corn dog since 2019.
Was that on camera?
No, it was not on camera, but it was at the Lincolnwood Summer Festival, and they had some papusas and they had some corn dogs. Okay. And I was like, I wanted a papusa, and then I got a corn dog. Do you know what a papusa is?
I don't.
It's kind of like a in between of like a tortilla and a quesadilla. It's almost like a quesadilla, but the cheese is more so like in the flour as opposed to it being folded over. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit crunchier than a quesadilla, and you also you make them a little bit differently compared to quesadillas. A papusa is great. By the way, crossover idea I came up with if I were to open a Mexican restaurant, what it would look like. So I'll have to pitch that to Connor and Schaefer tomorrow. And I'll have to pitch that to you because I think you'll like it very much. Sith also says, Sankey will also tell you the SEC deserves to have 10 teams in the 12-team format. So unfortunately, his reasonable argument falls apart quickly. Yeah, that was his slant last year. His slant last year was we need to get as many teams into the tournament as possible. Then I think he came to his wits, though, that he was like, I don't really need to worry about this as much. Like, we're good. We're fine. Like, we got a committee that actually likes SEC teams, and SEC teams are pretty damn good. So I think we're going to be fine. So he's definitely backed off of we have to get as many teams in the college football playoff in my conference as possible, which I don't blame him, if I'm being honest, for having that be a concern, because representation at a certain point was currency. Right, the more representation you had in the college football playoff, the more you could be like, hey, we're the better conference. We should make the decisions. I mean, part of the reason Sankey has backed off, too, in terms of my team should be in the tournament is, well, his teams haven't been to the national championship, and the Big Ten kicked a lot of people's asses over the last 3 years. So it's kind of, that's a harder, hill to die on there for Sankey, considering the results that his conference on a macro level has produced. But I mean, somehow, some way, the SEC has become the voice of the people, which is kind of wild, until somebody stuffs their pockets enough to the point where they go, okay, we'll go to 24. Okay, fine. All right, you're going to do this for us. All right, fine. 24 is good.
All right.
I mean, it just takes a couple concessions. I'd be curious to see how those concessions might or will they come. John goes, no offense.
Oh, no.
But there are some sport talk radio hosts that need to work on their grasp of the English language.
Yeah, Josh Peterson.
Yeah. John Bishop. 4-3.
When will that guy ever learn?
I can't stand him. Can't stand John Bishop. He's the worst. Oh, this is an interesting. When we missed a text from Aaron, so let me read this text real quick. James Harden is among my 3 least favorite players to watch. His game is not aesthetically pleasing. He is ball control centric. Couldn't agree more. To a level that doesn't actually get his teammates involved from an offense that runs consistently well. And his defense is somehow only better than his clutch gene, which might be the worst for an NBA star in NBA history. Who's got the worst clutch gene in NBA history?
Wow.
Worst Reggie was clutch. I mean, I think the obvious answer would be Charles. People do forget, like, Charles was the team that lost to the Rockets when Jordan was gone. Like, Charles was the team. We always talk about that 19, what it would have been 1994. We always talk about that Eastern Conference final between the Knicks and the Pacers. But the Rockets, Suns, that was some pretty big conference.
Statistically, the title for worst clutch gene often points to Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
Historically, during crunch time, under 5 minutes.
Oh, there's a stat. Oh, crap.
Point differential within 5 in the playoffs. Westbrook is posted among the lowest field goal percentages and highest turnover rates of any superstar in NBA history. Other notable unclutch superstars.
Paul George.
Kemba Walker.
Really?
Carmelo Anthony.
Yes.
Now, him and this next one I'm going to name are because they took so many shots at the end, not because they missed, like
Kobe and LeBron.
Kobe and Carmelo have statistically, they're like very inefficient players in general, so they are also inefficient in the final 5 minutes with a playoff game being decided by 5 points.
Try telling a Kobe fan that his efficiency numbers are good.
Yeah.
That's like
Mamba mentality.
Dude.
It's like arguing with a Yankees fan.
It's like peeing in the wind. I mean, it's just you're not going. It does not matter how many numbers you have. It does not matter what the analytics say. It does not matter what the efficiency numbers are. The Kobe fans will just not jive with you. They won't. They will not. You cannot present facts to Kobe fans. Kobe fans don't like facts. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
They don't. They don't. Kobe fans do not like facts. That could be taken the wrong way, Josh.
It can.
Is that why we're having it become a poll question? No, make it. That's a funny one. Make that a poll question. That's a good one. Real quick here, we have another. Oh, the other text that Aaron sent outside of James Harden, who could have thought the Cleveland Cavaliers weren't going to make the NBA Finals after trading for James Harden? Who could have thought that? That's like an SNL skit, by the way. The meeting room of like, hey guys, we need a really big push in the playoffs in order to accomplish what we think we can accomplish. Who should we get? James Harden. Aaron goes, no offense. I don't think Ben Johnson isn't the biggest a-hole D-bag in the NFL. I don't think Ben Johnson isn't. That's a double negative, Aaron. No offense. Don't use double negatives. He's just saying, no offense. I think Ben Johnson is the biggest D-bag a-hole in the NFL. He might be. I don't care. Randy has a promotion idea.
Oh,
$1 dogs for everyone who brings a dog would be a great promotion. Dogs for dogs.
Dogs for dogs.
Bring dogs, get dogs.
Okay,
hey,
there's something there.
This is our bring dogs, get dogs tonight. You bring a dog, we're going to give you a voucher for 2 $1 hot dogs at Warner Park, including 2 toppings. By the way, Warner Park, one of the only places that I've seen outside of Wrigley where you can get a tomato on your hot dog. They have like the topping availability.
They got them. They're just sitting there. You can have them.
You can make a Chicago dog at Warner Park. I don't think they have kraut, though. I don't know. Marty will have to get back to me about that. All righty. We're going to hit a break here. It's a Top 10 Tuesday. Josh Hodson will reveal a top 10 of a topic I do not know. And we will talk about that. Coming up next here on Middays with Matt. You a like closeted tennis guy?
I like the majors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. I don't go out of my way. It's usually on the TV here.
We should do a breakfast at Wimbledon show. Where
Strawberries and cream?
Where I just make breakfast for you.
Oh.
And I just bring it in.
Crepes?
I love crepe. Well, you know how I feel about a blintz. God, I could use a strawberry blintz. Poll question. Could you use a strawberry blintz? I could.
Yeah. If one was offered, I would take it.
You ever had an English breakfast, though? Like a full English?
No.
It is so good. You know what a full English is. Bread, baked beans, mushrooms, tomatoes, sausage, eggs. A little bit of a...
No,
and they have like a little weird, like kind of toffee sausage thing.
No, thank you.
What do you mean? It's
Baked
great.
beans?
Yes.
No.
I had potato salad yesterday. First time I had potato salad in quite a while.
Yeah.
I might be on a potato salad kick.
Okay.
Like,
'tis the season.
Dude, potato salad. Now, I saw some people like grabbing watermelons at Baker's.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, we're in it. Like, we're here. We're in summer. Once you start people really... And there are some people who really get into the watermelons at Baker's. They're really analyzing the watermelons. They're looking for that creamy bottom, you know.
For the next 6 weeks, there will just be loose watermelon lying around
Just
wherever
everywhere.
you go. Everywhere. Just,
It's like the football of the 2021 Nebraska football team. It's just, I mean, they're just rolling around.
Yep.
It's just always on the ground, always loose for anybody to go and pick up. Don't onside kick a watermelon this summer, kids.
good rule of thumb.
Great rule of thumb. Let's do a top 10. It's a Tuesday. Josh Hodson. We have done top 10 Martin Scorsese movies. We've done top 10 superheroes. We've done top 10 30 for 30 documentaries. Josh, what is our top 10 today?
In honor of the NCAA regional bracket being released, I have the top 10 teams to watch that are not hosts.
Oh!
So you got to watch out for these teams.
Okay, I will not. This is a great informational segment by you, Josh
Kind of the
Hodson.
point. A lot of us parachuting into college baseball.
Myself
right
included,
now. Yeah,
by the way.
Absolutely.
I'm really just focused on the Chicago Cubs when it comes to baseball, and they're not very good.
You
at
should focus on literally anything else right now.
They've lost 9.
I watched yesterday.
They
Watched
can't
the whole
even
game.
luck their way.
Yeah.
into the game. You've watched a lot of teams this year, by the way.
I
Good
have.
for you.
And I found out a hack that on my MLB TV, after the Royals game is over, I can watch it.
I think I'm rubbing off on you because you said hack like a Chicagoan right there. You went full hack. I found a hack. I'm just working on my carburetor in my garage here. I am the drive. Let me get a hot dog and a sausage, please. All right. Number 10, Josh Hodson. What you got for me?
Number 10, we go to the Chapel Hill Regional, Tennessee.
Oh, the Fighting Tony Vitellos.
Well, they used to be.
Oh, yes. He's what are we like 60 games in, and I already read a report yesterday that there are SEC teams that are eyeing him.
He's going to get some calls, I'm sure.
If Arkansas, he was an assistant at Arkansas. If DVH decides to move on, which by the way, talk about is Arkansas hosting?
No, famously.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just put down number 1 right now. But I'm sorry. Even I know that that's coming.
Not wrong.
Thank you.
There's 8 teams in between, though.
If DVH decides to move on, I think it'd obviously be Tony V, who they would probably look to take over that Arkansas job. So
make them say no.
Jesus.
We love them. Make them say no.
I know. Stop it. You know what? Make him say no on the dead to us list.
Oh, okay.
Put it in quotes. Make him say no. That's on the Joey list.
All right.
Put it on there right now. Dead to us. I don't want to hear that. That, and you know what? While we're at it, add looking the part to the dead to us list as well. I don't want to hear those sayings. Disgusting from you.
Okay.
All right, continue.
We go to the Starkville Regional, number 9, Louisiana, the Ragin' Cajuns.
Nice.
Cody Brash, 6th best ERA in the country. And this Louisiana is a Fun Belt Conference team. They got 5 teams into the field. When in doubt, just bet the Fun Belt.
Sun Belt got 5 teams in.
Yeah.
How about the Sun Belt, man?
Yeah, exactly.
Let me tell you what, man. You want a good looking baseball conference, man? Go look at the Sun Belt.
That's exactly
Let me
right.
tell you what, man. What a great conference that is.
Number 8, Jacksonville State, 46-13 record, 2 wins over Auburn, who is a top 8 seed. 2 1-run losses to Alabama now. So they
beat
challenged
Auburn
themselves in
twice.
the non-con. That's right.
Auburn's a 4 seed.
So Jacksonville State looking to wreak some havoc in the
Jackson.
Hattiesburg Regional.
Good stuff, Josh Odds. Number 6 here. Or sorry, 10, 9, 8, 7.
Number 7, Okie State in the Tuscaloosa Regional.
Yeah, that's a tough word.
It is. It is.
It actually is.
Oklahoma State just often ran into Kansas throughout the season.
That did happen a lot.
They will not have to in the regional round, which is what we're focusing on here. Number 6, we go to the Lincoln Regional.
Oh no, this man's about to say Arizona State.
They challenged themselves in the non-con.
Let me tell you what, this team can hit bombs.
That's right. The led by Landon Hairston, aka Harry Bonds, single season home run leader at Arizona State.
Nice. That's a good one.
5th best batting average in NCAA at .413. When you say, okay, they got one guy, you'd be wrong. They have the 6th best batting average as a team in college baseball right now.
That's what Kansas did to Nebraska. They just had so many bats in that Kansas lineup that could just hit tanks, and that gave Nebraska quite a few fits. What's a better nickname, Tommy Tanks or Harry Bonds?
This is an excellent question.
Because Barry wasn't very hairy.
No.
Barry didn't have a lot of hair on him.
Okay, so Tommy Tanks is probably a better nickname because
I think it's Harry Bonds.
Harry Bonds is funnier. It's a bit more of a stretch because his last name is Hairston.
But I think it makes it better. I think the fact that it is stretch, I think it is a Hawk Harrelson stretch here that it makes, and it's more creative. Like, that guy named Tommy hits a lot of homers on your 8U team. What do you call him?
Tommy Tanks.
Tommy Tanks. You know, I guarantee you there are people listening to this radio station who know a couple Tommy Tanks. Okay. How many Harry Bonds do you know? How many Harry Bonds do you know? None. I've never met one person named Harry Bonds.
Because the Arizona State thing, you know, like if he played at Cal, he'd, couldn't call him Harry Bonds.
No. That's great. That's great stuff there. All right, Arizona State, they can hit the cover off of the ball.
Yeah.
Dude. Good God. All right, number 5.
Number 5, UC Santa Barbara in the Austin Regional.
I did see this. I saw some Longhorn fans were kind of upset about it.
They have a win over Southern Miss to start the season. They have wins over Oregon, USC, and a 4-0 win over UCLA, the number 1 team in college baseball. Jackson Flora, that's a name you'll want to remember. He is the best ERA in the country, 1.05.
Goodness.
He's given up 13 runs all season.
How many innings has he pitched?
A lot. He's their ace. However many. An ace's load of innings, I guess.
What's an ace's load? Poll question.
Good question. And of course, we're all rooting against Texas because we're
Texas.
Red-blooded Americans. Yes, it's good for them to make the field and have their fans come up here, but I also am not willing to make that deal with the devil just yet.
That would be a great power ranking through tiers. Worst fans could come to Omaha. Happer and Schaefer mark it down.
Okay.
Make an enemy with people.
Write that down.
Exactly. When I point at you, you can talk.
Number 4, the College Station Regional. Number 4, Texas State. They're a Fun Belt school with series wins over Washington State and Louisiana.
Okay.
They have wins over Texas A&M, who is the host of the regional that they're in. They're also in this regional with USC, who Big Ten fans will ask the question, did USC beat anybody good this season?
I was about to say that. It seems like every team that you say their notable win, USC pops up. They're like the best team that's on everybody's resume.
They got swept by UCLA, Nebraska, Oregon.
Ridiculous.
They just...
By the way, observation, I love that all the Texas teams play each other in the non-con. They're all like, hey, we're here. I'll play Rice. I'll play Baylor. I'll play UTEP.
Yeah. You just got to play who's near you.
And you're going to get a pretty damn good matchup as well.
Absolutely.
A lot of really good baseball in Texas. Okay, Texas State, number 4. Now we're in the top 3. This is a big one. Here we go.
These are all familiar teams to citizens of Omaha. Number 3, Oregon State in the Eugene Regional.
Yeah.
They have a win over Oregon and Washington State this year, who are both in that regional. It's a Pac-12 reunion, if you haven't heard. Dax Whitney, 5th best ERA in college baseball at 2. The Beavs have the best team ERA in college baseball.
There was an idea to bring together a group of remarkable West Coast teams, see what they could become. Oregon State, Washington State, and UCLA, all in the same regional.
Not UCLA.
Oh, who is the other team?
Oregon.
Oh, it's Oregon. It's Oregon, Oregon State, Wazoo, right?
And Yale. Yale is
Yale.
the fourth team.
That's a long travel for Yale. That is literally across the country.
Yeah.
You are going fully, because sometimes
They'll be able to point to that when they go 0-2.
By the way, don't you think that some people kind of milk the cross country thing? They go, we went across the country. No, you went from Nebraska to Arizona. You didn't go across the country. You took a longer trip. All right,
a big country.
Yeah, it's pretty big. I can't believe people walked it. If I had plantar I was thinking about my plantar fasciitis. I'm like, man, if this was like 1692, I'd be screwed.
Yeah.
It'd be over.
Mm-hmm.
Every day that goes on, I think the Settlers are tougher.
Good take by you, man.
Every day goes farther on. I go, I didn't have AC in my car this week, and I was like, those Settlers were tough, man. They were tough people. All right, number 2.
Number 2, Coastal Carolina in the Tallahassee Regional.
I thought you were gonna put Ole Miss.
No, I only picked one team from a lot of the. I didn't want to do that to Nebraska fans.
But they would be.
I probably could have. I chose not to. Coastal Carolina had some injuries earlier in the season. They're getting healthy now. 2 wins over Wake Forest, 2 wins over North Carolina, 2 wins over Ole Miss. They made the championship series last year. We'll see what they can do this year. And number 1, it is Arkansas. They're mad that they have to travel to Kansas, an unserious baseball school. So that might play into the experience versus inexperience might play into this weekend's Lawrence Regional.
Can you imagine being Kansas, having this storybook, season? You're not a baseball school in the slightest. You're known for basketball, and you go ahead and you're a good team. You're a good team. You played good baseball all year round, and you get Arkansas in your regional, and they got it. I'll tell you this right now. When Ole Miss popped up for Nebraska, I think there was a sigh of relief because it wasn't Arkansas.
Yeah.
Seriously, the fact that you've had this season that Kansas has had, and they won the Big 12 and they were absolutely phenomenal. And now you got to face what might be one of the hottest teams, if not the hottest team in college baseball. Arkansas coming off a big win versus Texas in the SEC tournament. Tough, TUFF, tough. Big time. Great list, Josh.
Thank you.
That was beautiful. Educational. We learned a lot. Jackson Flora, the pitcher for UC Santa Barbara. I got him down here in my notes. Harry Bonds. What's his first name? Hairston?
No, that's his last name.
Yeah, what's his first name?
I closed the tab. Let me pull it up. It'll be real quick. Everybody just bear with me.
Samuel is what I'm going to guess.
I'm a tab closer. Landon. I was going to say Langston, and I knew that wasn't right.
Langston's we're losing Langstons. We need more Langstons.
Great take.
Whether it be like Langston Galloway, right? Or Big E Langston.
That's
We
right.
lost that one. That was a tough one.
Tragic.
Langston McMaster.
Oh.
No. Langston Odson, though. That sounds like an old-timey pitcher for like for the Philadelphia A's back in
Langston Odson definitely has a waxed and curled mustache.
1,000,000%. This is the first time a Phillies pitcher has gone 8 days and struck out 97 people. That hasn't been done since Langston Odson back in 1909. That's what that sounds like. All righty. We're going to hit a break here. We're coming to the end of our show. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. We got to hit a break and get out quickly. I lost track of time. Here on Middays with Matt. right, Josh, we gotta go through this because the midday show or the
Good, because there's not much to watch.
Go.
Western Conference Finals, aka the NBA Finals, Game 5, Spurs Thunder, 7:30 on NBC. Series tied 2-2. The Western Conference Finals of hockey are also on today. It is Game 4, Colorado at Vegas, 8 o'clock on ESPN. Vegas is up 3-0. Matt, I looked this up 3 times last night because I thought my app was lying to me.
No. Colorado had a 3-goal lead in the first period, and they gave it up.
Wow, and
bad hockey from Colorado and Scott Wedgwood. What are you doing?
Baseball, Braves at the Red Sox, 5:45 on TBS tonight. It's Spencer Strider versus Ranger Suarez. And Diamondbacks Giants, 8:30 on MLB Network, Matt.
We are going to go with what I know, which at this point is playoff basketball. And I'm very, very, very excited about it. Where's my mouse? I can't find my mouse.
All right, folks, let's talk right now. I'm going to kill your bookmaker. I'm going to rip his throat out. I will blow this man out. I will step on his throat until the man chokes. Let me tell you how. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. I'm on a roll.
Dude, you got to love dogs, right?
All right, we're going to go with a parlay. 35-plus points for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. 20-plus points for Victor Wembanyama. Plus 244 for that parlay. SGA 35-plus. Victor Wembanyama 20-plus. So you're really betting on SGA to score 35-plus, and then we got a little bit of an odds boost with Wemby with 20-plus because that is like minus 444.
Very quickly, shout out to that lady who brought a fake Academy Award to
that was
the basketball game.
Warren Sharp just tweeted, what is the NFL version of the SGA flop phenomenon?
Oh.
Probably just quarterbacks diving for sacks.
Yeah, when it was Tom Brady.
Probably what
or Mahomes does it sometimes.
What Brett Favre did with Jared Allen. Where he just dove. Or what Burrow Loki did it with Myles Garrett. Go and watch the tape. Thank you for watching the show. It was a ton of fun today. We had a blast, a lot of great guests, a lot of great segments. We'll talk to you tomorrow here on Middays with Matt.